so much. It's a little early. It's a little early. We've got some work to do before we get to the eyes and nose. All right, where did I leave off? Oh, good morning. The hour of convening has arrived, right on time as usual. At this time, I'd ask that all unauthorized guests exit our chamber. I don't see a flood for the door. And I get to recognize the distinguished chairman of the Rules Committee from Chickamauga, which is almost Tennessee.
It's 7 miles south of Chattanooga, Tennessee, and you're right.
Did your cell phone ever flip over?
Well, my cell phone, yeah.
Do you have a cell phone?
Well, they just put poles in our yard for electricity, so we're hoping cell phones are next. But look, where I live at the foot of Lookout Mountain, oftentimes my phone will jump over to Central Standard Time because I'm close to the line.
That's a problem if you're trying to keep a schedule. It's happened to me before.
Yeah, it is. My what?
You're supposed to do the
My
journal.
outlaws, okay. Well, Mr. President, a couple of moments in history. In 1872, Yellowstone National Park was established as the world's first national park. And then in 1936, the Hoover Dam was completed on the Colorado River between Arizona and Nevada. Those are kind of two high marks in the water. And the senator from the 7th, who isn't here, told me today is National Peanut Butter Lovers Day. So he's a lover of peanut butter, just like myself. And it's a Share a Smile Day. So we'll have a good day today, hopefully, and there are just more to come. And, Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
Thank you so much. Is there objection to dispensing with the reading of the journal? The chair hears none, and the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. Mr. Secretary, can you please read a report?
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 564 do not pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. All senators who have bills or resolutions, please bring them up to the Secretary's desk at this time. Mr. Secretary, first reading of Senate bills and resolutions, please.
Senate Bill 566 by Senators Burke of the 11th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 33 of the OCGA relating to insurance so as to clarify under the Surprise Billing Consumer Protection Act, a medical or traumatic condition, sickness, or injury includes
Insurance and labor.
Senate Bill 567 by Senators James of the 35th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 13 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to powers and duties of the Secretary of State so as to establish the Department of Natural Resources Ombudsman
Natural
Office.
Resources.
Senate Bill 568 by Senators Merritt of the 9th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to the state flag, seal, and other symbols so as to...
Government oversight.
Senate Bill 569 by Senators Orrick of the 36th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 2 of Title 46 of the OCGA relating to general jurisdiction, powers, and duties of
Regulated industries.
Senate Bill 570 by Senator Sims of the 12th, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act to revise and restate the law stating to the Sumter County Board of Education and School Superintendent.
Slogo.
Senate Bill 571 by Senators Merritt of the 9th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 13 of Title 16 of the OCGA relating to the regulation of controlled substances so as to revise notification requirements.
Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 572 by Senators Mullis of the 53rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 11 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to taxes on tobacco and vaping products so as to provide for the Attorney General to establish
Agriculture and Consumer Affairs.
Senate Bill 573 by Senators Brass of the 28th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to regulation and construction of hospitals and other healthcare facilities.
Health and Human Services.
Senate Resolution 583 by Senators Jordan of the 6th and others, a bill to be entitled a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the Senate of Georgia so as to
Government
revise
oversight.
Senate Resolution 584 by Senators Jackson of the 41st and others, a resolution recognizing May 4th, 2022 as Maternal Mental Health Day in Georgia and for other purposes.
Health and Human Services.
Senate Resolution 589 by Senators Mullis of the 53rd and others, a resolution honoring the lives of Ralph and Beatrice Rumley and dedicating an interchange in their memory and for other purposes.
Transportation.
Senate Resolution 595 by Senators Org of the 36th and others, a resolution urging the Public Service Commission to pursue actions and would prohibit the continued collection of the Vorgel.
Rules.
That completes the order, Mr. President.
First reading and reference of House bills and resolutions, please.
House Bill 1056 by Representatives Hill of the 3rd and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Title 47 of the OCGA relating to retirement and pension so as to repeal certain restrictions and requirements concerning the authority to make alternative investments.
Retirement.
House Bill 1064 by Representatives Petrie of the 166 and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to
Finance.
House Bill 1182 by Representatives Taylor of the 173rd and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Code Section 3693 of the OCGA relating to sale and disposition of real.
Government oversight.
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Houston of the 170th and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 11 of Title 43 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to dentists, dental hygienists, and dental
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1271 by Representatives Burchett of the 176 and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Title 44 of the OCGA relating to property so as to prohibit covenants for a planned subdivision and a property
Government
owner's.
oversight.
House Bill 1274 by Representatives Carson of the 46 and others, a bill to be in town and act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 50 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to state government so as to provide for the definition
Judiciary.
House Bill 1288 by Representatives Taylor of the 173rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 19 of Title 47 of the OCGA relating to State Employees Assurance Department, so as to provide for the assignment for certain group term life insurance.
Retirement.
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Corbett of the 174th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 44-7-113 of the OCGA.
Special Judiciary.
House Bill 1308 by Representatives Williams of the 148th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 24 of Title 33 of the OCGA relating to insurance generally, so as to allow a plan sponsor for a health benefit.
Insurance and Labor.
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Bollinger of the 23rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 6 of Title 15 of the OCGA relating to clerks of superior courts, so as to provide.
Judiciary.
That completes the order, Mr. President.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read reports of standing committees?
Mr. President, the Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 474 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 554 do pass. Senate Bill 555 do pass. Senate Bill 560 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Anderson of the 24th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Mr. Secretary, will you please read bills and resolutions for the second time?
Senate Bill 371 by Senator Walker and of the 20th and others, a fraud for-profit creditor repair services authorized. Senate Bill 486 by Senator Harper of the 7th and others, Agricultural Commodity Commission for propane, full or partial remote communication with regard to public hearings provide. Senate Bill 529 by Senator Gooch of the 51st and others, Cable and Video Services, definition of video service relative to the Consumer Choice for Television Act, change. House Bill 910 by Representative Ralston of the 7th and others, Supplemental Appropriations, State Fiscal Year, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. That completes the order, Mr. President.
All right, it's now time for our morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Chair recognizes the senator from the 33rd. The 35th and 36th. Without objection, the senators from the 35th and 36th are excused. Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th.
Good morning, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to excuse senators from the 21st and the 28th.
Without objection, the senators from the 21st and 28th are excused. The chair recognizes the senator from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 43rd.
Without objection, the senator from the 43rd is excused. Are there any additional motions to excuse? The chair sees none. The secretary will call the roll. Senators, signify your presence by voting the A switch. The secretary will unlock the machine. All right, it's now time for our morning devotional, and I'd ask that all senators take your seats. It's a big ask here, and cease all audible conversations. Also ask that our doorkeepers secure the chamber at this time. And it's my honor to recognize a senator from the 41st to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance and to introduce to us our chaplain of the day.
Please stand so that we can say the pledge to the United States of American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And to the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag, to the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, and moderation. Well, good morning. Today, I have the great privilege of introducing our chaplain of the day, Chaplain Major Sharonda Watson. You know, we've talked a lot about Ukraine and Russia and the battle in which we are engaged in. And so we thought it was fitting to bring a military chaplain to talk to us today, one who has served with soldiers on the front lines in Afghanistan, who has built bonds of affection, cared for the souls of our men and women, our brothers and sisters in arms as they fought for our freedoms. And so it's my great honor to introduce to you Sharonda Watson. She is a chaplain who served for over 10 years. While she hails from New Jersey, we'll forgive her for that part. She spent much time here in the great city of Atlanta. She's a proud product of an HBCU, Clark Atlanta University, and the ITC, where she received an education degree, a degree in Christian education, and her MDiv from Luther Rice Seminary and College. She's currently working on a DMin, a Doctorate of Ministry. I don't know how she has time to do this, while she also serves as the Georgia Army National Guard chaplain here in this area. She is married to Lucine C., her husband, and they have 2 children, Jabari and Amani. We are so honored to be able to have you here today, Chaplain Watson, to offer a word of courage to us in this season. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you. It is my honor and privilege to be before you. So tomorrow, we will approach one of the major religious holidays practiced around the world. It's called the season of Lent. It is time of fasting, which lasts for 40 days from start to finish. The purpose of the season is to sacrifice. It's known as a time of grief in the beginning, but as you come closer to the 40th day, it becomes a time of celebration. About exactly 1 month from the Lent season, we would celebrate and practice another religious holiday called Ramadan. The season of Ramadan is also a season of fasting and sacrifice. The premise with both holidays is that as we fast and sacrifice, we purge ourselves of those things that aren't best of character and make room for those things that are, such as love, patience, kindness, to name a few. Finally, I'd like to bring our attention to our next season change. Spring is upon us this month as well, about March 20th. Spring is a season of rebirth. We get new flowers, trees, buds, even animals are born. All 3 of these occurrences I described today seem to share 2 things. First, that there is a time of sacrifice. And second, there is a time to receive newness and refreshing. I'd like to suggest today that we all prepare ourselves for times of newness and refreshing. I say that because just like many of you, I have been personally affected by the pandemic that we've lived with the past 3 years in many ways, as a hospital chaplain, as a caregiver, as a service member serving the state of Georgia, as a family member and a friend. We have all lost someone or know someone that's lost someone or something during this season. It's been sort of like our time and season of sacrifice. We're currently even in a time and a climate of chaos that we prepare for. Even during this time, I'd like to suggest that we embrace newness and refreshing. Embrace in our lives a refreshing and a resting from all the sacrifice that's happened. But I challenge you that this newness and refreshing doesn't come simply for us to bask only, but it comes to give us strength for the next step ahead. God, however you interact with or know God to be, has a way of giving us an unbelievable strength and encouragement to press on and move forward. Let us pray. God, as we make commitment to sacrifice for you, help us to make room to receive blessings. I ask that you would bless us and keep us. Make your face shine upon us. Be gracious to us. Lift your countenance upon us and give us peace. Amen.
All right, if I could get everybody's attention for a moment. I just looked up in the gallery and couldn't help but notice that we have a very special guest with us up there. Want to thank you for your service, Congressman, former mayor, and former ambassador to the UN, but most importantly, community leader here in our great state of Georgia. We got Andrew Young with us in the gallery. Thank you so much for joining us. If I could get everyone's attention, and if you can hear my voice and you're a senator, I'd ask you to come into the chamber. I'd ask that all senators within an earshot come into the chamber. We've got a very, very special presentation that we're all going to want to be a part of. Mr. Secretary, can you please read a privilege resolution, please?
Senate Resolution 549 by Senators Rhett, Kirkpatrick, Dugan, Kennedy, Albers, and many others. A resolution recognizing and commending Senator Lindsey Tippins and for other purposes. Whereas Senator Lindsey Tippins has long been recognized by the citizens of this state for the vital role he has played in leadership and his deep personal commitment to the welfare of the citizens of Georgia. And whereas he has diligently and conscientiously devoted innumerable hours of his time, talents, and energy towards the betterment of his community and the state, as evidenced dramatically by his superlative service with the Georgia State Senate. And whereas first elected to the Georgia Senate in 2010, Senator Tippins proudly represented the Senate District 37 located in northwest Cobb County. And whereas prior to serving his district as a senator, he served on the Cobb County Board of Education for 12 years, as well as past president of the Georgia Utility Contractor Association and the North Georgia State Fair. And whereas dedicated to bettering his community, Senator Tippins is the founder of Tippins Contracting Company. And whereas his significant organizational and leadership talents, remarkable patience and diplomacy, keen sense of vision, and sensitivity to the needs of the citizens of this state have earned him the respect and admiration of his colleagues and associates. And whereas he is a person of magnanimous strength and unimpeachable reputation for integrity, intelligence, fairness, and kindness. And whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that this outstanding citizen and the accomplishments of this remarkable and distinguished Georgian be appropriately recognized. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Senator Lindsey Tippins for his efficient, effective, unselfish, dedicated public service to the state of Georgia and extend the most sincere best wishes for continued health and happiness. That completes the order.
Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. They don't make it much better than Lindsey Tippins. It's my honor to recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, my fellow senators, colleagues, friends, and y'all. I remember when I first met Senator Tippins, he was trying to convince me he wasn't that bright because he repeated the 7th grade 3 times. Then this morning, I came in and I told him I had my eyes dilated. I couldn't read that well. And he asked me to loan him a $5, open up my wallet. He said, that looks like a 5. I don't know if it was a 5 or a 20. But all kidding aside, you know, he's a part of our delegation, Cobb County, and he served not only on the county level as the chairman of the school board, but also in the Senate here. He was the go-to person when it came to education and working with people on about different topics. You know, one thing I learned in the Air Force is that we all are a team and we work together. You have different individual parts, just like your body. You have your arms, your fingers, your legs, your toes, your feet, but they all come together to make a person. And no matter whether if you're on the left side or the right side or sit on this side or the other, we're all still a part of the same team, one member, trying to make life better for people in the state of Georgia. I'm going to ask my colleagues to say a few words, then I'm going to give the proclamation to the Lieutenant Governor so he can officially present it to Senator Tippins.
Y'all can sit down. I appreciate your efforts. And I hadn't been many times in my life I've been surprised about much, but now this was a surprise. I wondered about when they were reading all the wonderful attributes in the resolution, where they got the one from patience. I didn't know that that was ever in my DNA, according to some of my friends, but anyway. I appreciate it. This is very humbling. Y'all are very kind. This is almost like hearing somebody read your own obituary, saying all those nice things about you. Kind of like reminds me of the guy that was kind of a rascal. He died, and they had his funeral, had a huge turnout in the local church, and somebody commented and said, "Man, I didn't realize he had that many friends given his personality." Well, the guy leaned over and said, "Well, I think what it was, most of them are here to just make sure he's dead." Y'all are very kind. It's been a truly a distinct honor for me to be able to serve in the Senate. I remember when I first came, I looked up and I said, "Good gracious alive, what a wonderful building, what a beautiful building to serve in." And you know, it's an humbling experience to be elected by your peers and to serve. It's an honor, but it's also a tremendous responsibility, because I think the responsibility is to always to speak for those who don't have a voice. That's one reason that I've always been interested in education, and so many times I've been frustrated when we take our eye off the students and start being diverted with adult issues. I really appreciate this. Has been a distinct honor to me and a privilege to serve. I want to introduce you to my family. I'm proud of my family. You can tell from all of them, I definitely helped the gene pool when I married Miss Ann, because joining us this morning is my son Nathan, the eldest, his wife Danielle. If you will, hold up your hands so they know who you are. Their children, Eliza Ann and Charles. Where's Charles? He's in the back. Then my daughter Rebecca and her husband Billy, and they have 4 children. Will, who was with us one day last week. We have Mary Scott in front of Rebecca, and James and Elizabeth. Elizabeth is also known as Doodlebug. We're not sure where she got that name, but there's a rumor that it was her granddaddy. Anyway, it's a pleasure. Thank y'all so much for the honor. Thank you for letting me serve with you. Thank y'all for making the effort to come down this morning. Thank you very much.
Are there any unanimous consents? Chair hears none. Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I get an opportunity to do this when my good friend, Senator Lindsey Tippins, and I'm breaking the rules, I'm going to call him by name today, but we call him as Tip, to acknowledge his great service. We all came in together back in the class of 2011, and his work here in this body, not just on education, but on countless other issues, has been nothing short of extraordinary. Cobb County is a better place because of Senator Lindsey Tippins. State of Georgia is a better place because of Senator Lindsey Tippins, and this body is a better place because Senator Lindsey Tippins, and I am a better person because of my friend, Senator Lindsey Tippins. Thanks, Tip. Godspeed.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 48th for a point of personal privilege.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you. I'm glad I get to present this on a day we're honoring Senator Tippins because this has to do with early childhood education. I just want to draw everyone's attention to the book and the folder that's on your desk today, and they are here courtesy of Reach Out and Read. Just so you know, Reach Out and Read is a program that encourages early childhood literacy. It also has a special place in my heart because when I trained initially as a pediatrics resident, Reach Out and Read funded books for our clinic to give to our patients with each early childhood visit. There's one on your desk. You can certainly give it to the child in your life. This is one that I wrote for our Distinguished Rules Chairman. It's entitled, Guess How Much I Love You. So fitting. Kids generally don't love going to the doctor, and I think they were rightly pretty suspicious of someone named Dr. Ow, but they loved getting their Reach Out and Read books. Just so you know, a child is going to visit their pediatrician for immunizations and checkups 15 times prior to their 5th birthday. So Reach Out and Read helps build and enrich the lives of young children and their families in partnership with trusted medical providers. Kids who are read to have improved language and listening skills and experience stronger emotional connections to their loved ones. So Reach Out and Read really taps into that interface between medical care and child care. And currently it's serving 170 locations across 70 counties with 114 applications currently in progress for participating in this excellent program. So thank you so much for your support of this program. It makes a real difference in the lives of our children. Thank you. I yield below.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate, along with my colleague from the 41st. I wonder if you're going to join me, who's coming down. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock, room 307 in CLOB is a Mental Health Caucus Luncheon. If you remember, we have a joint Mental Health Caucus of members of the House. Everyone is a member of that caucus. You're all invited tomorrow at lunch. We're going to have a couple great speakers, learn more about mental health issues in our state as we prepare for some very meaningful legislation this year on mental health issues. So join us tomorrow, 12 o'clock. Come get some lunch, hear from a couple great speakers, room 307. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 16th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in mourning of the people of the Ukraine when we see what's going on a day-to-day basis. According to the Ukrainian government, at least 350 civilians, including children, have been killed by the invading Russian forces. Local media in the war zones report that the Russian army is using unguided rockets and bombs in the Ukrainian cities. Kiev and the other cities are now under siege by the invading Russians, and the civilian death toll will only continue to mount. There is no justification for this war. No grievance is being addressed, no wrong is being righted, and no justice is being served. And I would ask for our Senate for a moment of silence and prayer for those who are fighting their homeland right now.
Senators asked us to rise for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th for a point of personal privilege.
Good morning, colleagues. It is my pleasure to introduce to you today our doctor of the day. It is Dr. Kelly DeGaffin Reed. She serves as a physician program director of Access and the patient care experience from Kaiser Permanente of Georgia. As a specialist in adult medicine, she believes that our bodies, minds, and relationships all have an effect on our health and encourages her patients to make time to celebrate their lives. She's a native of Indiana and the youngest of 11 children. She decided in the 8th grade that she wanted to be a physician. She graduated from Purdue University with a pharmacy degree. Then she went on to complete her medical degree at Case Western Reserve University and her residency here at Emory University. She joined Kaiser Permanente in 2003 and sees patients at Kaiser Permanente offices all throughout Metro Atlanta. In addition to her clinical duties, she serves as an elected representative to her medical group's board of directors. Outside the medical office, she plays the piano and sings at her church, where she also coordinates programs and activities for children. She is also an avid tennis player and fan of professional football. We're happy to have her as our doctor of the day. Let's welcome her, and hopefully none of us will have to go down to the medical center today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th from her desk for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to thank everyone who participated in the Black History Month celebration and giving tributes, and especially to our Lieutenant Governor, who, in conjunction with the City of Atlanta, had a Black History moment last night, and I appreciate it. Also, I have a very special event that's coming up tomorrow. As a little kid going to Catholic school, every year we had ashes on our head on Ash Wednesday. Well, tomorrow is Ash Wednesday. And from 10 to 12, right here, the Georgia Senate chaplain, Ron Bigek, is going to impose ashes upon us. All members of the staff and the Senate are invited. And the ashes will be used on Ash Wednesday, or from the burning of the palms that was received on the previous Palm Sunday. So please join us and wear your ashes all day long tomorrow. And after that, that's Lent. And please honor the Lord. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 39th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Today is the first day of Women's History Month, and all of us in this room know where Georgia stands on women's health care. Mothers die during childbirth more often here than anywhere else in the country, with Black women suffering the worst outcomes. We rank 47th in access to care, and we rank 37th in teen births. None of that is a surprise. And what will happen in this chamber later today, further restricting a woman's choice about what she can and can't do with her body, is also not a surprise to anyone who's paid attention here for the last few years. I want to be completely clear about what will happen. A small group of us, a small group of folks in this room will tell over 5 million women in this state that they know better than they do what to do with their own bodies. We all know it's wrong. We do not have an abortion safety crisis in this state. We have a sexual health crisis. We have a sex education crisis. We have a foster care crisis, and we even have a maternal health crisis. We already know the science. Medical abortion safe, it's safe and effective with fewer than 1 in 200 women reporting any serious side effects. This is a bill that isn't based on science, though. This is a bill that will be based on winning conservative primaries in a state which already has some of the strictest abortion laws on the books. We know that making an abortion more difficult doesn't make abortions any less likely. It just makes it more likely that women will suffer and die when they try to get one. In parts of the world where abortion's illegal, botched abortions still cause 8 to 11% of all maternal deaths, or about 30,000 each year. This is not the future that we want for Georgia, and in this first day of Women's History Month, I ask all of us to consider the women in this state that we represent. Thank you so much. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 10th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President, member of this body. If it's all right with our presiding officer, I'd like to ask the senator from the 43rd and the 44th to join me. We wanted to do a tribute to a great Georgian, to a man that we all know and one that we all love, someone who's inspired us through his great works, not just here in Georgia, but really all over the United States of America. I just want to share a couple of personal tributes to the man that we affectionately know as Andy Young. Some of us know him as ambassador, some of us know him as congressman, some of us know him as mayor. As a matter of fact, his list of contributions are much longer than I have the time up here in as well. But I remember back when I was in high school at 18, Ted Turner sponsored a trip for residents throughout the state of Georgia to attend the Washington, D.C. area to meet with their congressman. And I was young, and I was 18, and I was excited that I had been selected from the 5th District over in Atlanta to represent that area.
Thank you.
The only to find out that when I got there, that then President Jimmy Carter had nominated Ambassador Young, then Congressman Young, to be the next ambassador of the United States, and I was without a congressperson. So Ambassador Young, I've always wanted to tell you that story. But since then, at the ripe old age of 18, I've had many other opportunities to meet this giant of a man. As a matter of fact, when I started in the legislature some 18 years ago, there was a kid named Janarlo Wilson who was incarcerated, and Ambassador Young saw fit to nominate me for the John F. Kennedy Profile and Courage Award in my efforts to try and get this kid out of prison. And Ambassador Young, thanks for your work, because Janarlo Wilson is doing well today. He's a college graduate from Morehouse, and he's actively working and supporting his family as a professional. But there's another opportunity Ambassador Young had a chance to touch my life, and that is 12 years ago when this body created the M.L. King Advisory Council. And it was after consulting with Ambassador Young that I saw fit to move forward with this legislation. So on behalf of all the members in this body some 12 years ago, that legislation passed unanimously, and the M.L. King Advisory Council was created. We all know that Ambassador Young was one of the foot soldiers of Dr. King. And without his leadership, without his courage, without his tenacity, certainly I don't believe that Georgia would be the state that it is today. So I'm honored to stand here to tell you about the man, not just the man that I know, but the giant and the legend that we all know in our great state and all over these United States. I could go and give you the list of the many awards and accomplishments and of course, the honorary degrees he has from Harvard and Yale and all the rest of the universities, and Emory and Morehouse included, by the way. But I know of all those honors. I know he was proud that when he served and when he was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom by our president, Barack Obama, which is one of those solemn moments that we all will remember. So Ambassador Young, I just want to tell you how much I love you, how much I appreciate your service. It is your footsteps that we all follow. Thank you for your years and years of work, and may God bless you with many, many more. Ambassador Andrew Young, my colleagues.
And on behalf of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, we love you and we appreciate you. He's sitting down there.
Ambassador, wave your hand.
Ambassador Young will celebrate his 90th birthday on March 12th. And we say now, happy birthday to you. He has been all over this state and all over this country spreading words of good cheer. We appreciate him for coming, working with us in Clayton County with the United Negro College Fund. He has been our speaker and encouraged young people at the Martin Luther King Ecumenical Service and the Martin Luther King Junior Prayer Breakfast. We thank you, we love you, and I am one of 56 senators here because you encouraged us to run for office. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Andrew Young. We're grateful. All right. For points of personal privilege, I recognize the senator from the 40th District. And also with the senator from the 8th, take his conversations outside. Senator from the 40th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this morning to present a resolution in honor of the 25th anniversary of the Andrew Young School of Policy Studies of Georgia State University. The Georgia State University Policy School welcomed its first class of students in the fall of 1996 to meet the mission of achieving excellence in the design, implementation, and evaluation of policy, and to better prepare its students to serve and lead public and nonprofit institutions throughout the state of Georgia and beyond. 25 years after the opening of the school, the Andrew Young School of Policy Studies has retained its mission, yet expanded its outlook to embrace the changing world, engaging with and benefiting from an ever-evolving digital world. During this time, the Georgia General Assembly, along with many benefactors, have generously provided funding for advances in the teaching, research, and expansion of critical research facilities within the school, notably the Georgia Health Policy Center, the Georgia Policy Labs, the Fiscal Research Center, the Center for State and Local Finance, and the Evidence-Based Cybersecurity Research Group. This generous support allows students to learn while giving back to their communities in the areas of criminal justice, economics, public management and policy, social work, and urban policy. This nationally ranked school enrolls more than 2,200 students annually who receive this world-class instruction and hands-on experience in policy and public service. Today, we recognize in the gallery of this chamber 2 leaders who have been instrumental in making all this happen. The Reverend Mayor, Congressman, civil rights leader, teacher, lecturer, father, husband, and Ambassador Andrew Young, and the Dean of the Andrew Young School of Policy Studies, Dr. Sally Wallace. Please stand and give them a warm welcome. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Ambassador. We're glad you're here today. I recognize the senator from the 41st District for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today because tomorrow is a very important day. As a priest, it should be that it's Ash Wednesday, but it's actually because we have a kickball game. So tomorrow at 5 o'clock, there's a House versus Senate kickball game at Turner Field at 5 o'clock. They have 3 times more people than we do. So we actually do need to show up if we want to be competitive in any way. So please join me on Ash Wednesday. If you are afraid you're going to sweat your ashes off, I will put them on you afterwards. But let's please come and play and have a good time. This has been a stressful session, so I think it would be fun just to have some fun together. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. I'll be there as well. Recognize the senator from the 44th District on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise today to ask for a moment of silence. We lost 2 of our mothers of the church, Andrews Chapel United Methodist Church in Jonesboro, Miss Imogene Price Starks, 80 years old, and Miss Elnora Shedrick, 97, one of the oldest black families in Clayton County and in Jonesboro. So if you would, please stand for a moment of silence.
Senator asks for a moment of silence.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
I recognize the senator from the 8th District for a point of personal privilege. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to yield my time to the majority leader, but I wanted to bring note to the chamber today that we have Josh Harris with us. Josh plays with the Atlanta Falcons. Mr. Majority Leader, would you care to speak on this? Since he's one of you, please. Yeah.
Senator, Chair recognizes the majority leader.
That's what happens when the rules chair becomes presiding officer. We got all kinds of stuff going on up here. So I'd like to overhear Josh Harris. Josh Harris, y'all know, is a long snapper for the Atlanta Falcons, Pro Bowl, recognized player. Went to a trade school in Alabama for his collegiate time period down at Auburn. But most importantly, he's a Carrollton grad. His parents are dear friends of ours. It's always good to see when somebody good, a good person, gets the accolades and the accomplishments that you've gotten. So, Josh, you really want me to read this entire commendation? So, if y'all would you stand and recognize Josh Harris here today?
Thank you so much to the Rules Chairman for that great job over there of being the presiding officer. You have a consent calendar of privileged resolutions before you. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of the resolutions on the consent calendar? The chair hears none, and the resolutions on the consent calendar are adopted. Mr. Secretary, can you please read a resolution?
Senate Resolution 597, a resolution by Senator Albers of the 56th and others. A resolution recognizing and commending Dr. David Remley, DDS, for his dedicated service to the profession of the dentistry and to the citizens of the state of Georgia and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw and commit? The chair hears none. Chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that Senate, nope, not that one. Mr. President, I move that SB 511 be engrossed.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 511, a bill by Senators Anderson of the 24th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 485.311 of the OCGA relating to creation of county boards of equalization, duties, review of assessments, and appeals so as to revise certain deadlines for the handling of appeals of property tax assessments and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The majority leader has moved that Senate Bill 511 be engrossed. Is there objection? There is objection. Would the majority leader, he waves, would the objection like to speak? All those in favor of engrossing Senate Bill 511 vote yea. Opposed nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion to engross, the yeas are 30, the nays are 14, and Senate Bill 511 is engrossed. We are now going to move on to the rules calendar. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 496?
Senate Bill 496, a bill by Senators Burke of the 11th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 16 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to death investigation so as to require a medical examiner's inquiry when a pregnant female dies in an inquest, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 496, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 16 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to death investigation so as to require a medical examiner's inquiry when a pregnant female dies in an inquest, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Bainbridge to present Senate Bill 496.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to bring up a little bit of history because I want to thank the members of this body. The first significant bill that I carried in 2014 was the establishment of the Maternal Mortality Committee, and that codified a group of professionals who were tasked to attack our problem of excessive deaths during pregnancy and postpartum. Unfortunately, our state ranks 49th to 50th, depending on the year, in that statistic, and it's been the bane of my existence just knowing that over the last decade. But this body has done yeoman's work over the last 8 years trying to address this problem. The committee has worked tirelessly getting us information and data that we sorely needed to make proper decisions. I want to thank Governor Kemp, Grant Thomas, who is the director of the Governor's Office of Health Strategy and Coordination, which was established by this Senate body, and Kaylee Noggle and the Ryan Loke and DCH for their work on trying to get to the root of this problem. We previously have passed the 12-month extension for postpartum Medicaid, which was the #1 recommendation of the Maternal Mortality Committee, and this is their second highest recommendation. Unfortunately, many maternal deaths occur from unknown causes. The committee studies the medical record and cannot determine the cause of death. And it's hard to fix a problem when we don't know what the cause is. So this bill develops a process so when we have a maternal death that the coroner's case is developed and that case is evaluated, and if an autopsy would be helpful, the case is referred to a regional perinatal center, which we all have those in our districts, and those places will perform a clinical autopsy. So this is not the same as a forensic autopsy that's done for crime. Mr. President, I appreciate this body's support of this initiative that's so important to me personally. I will yield for questions.
Doesn't appear that you have any questions.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 44, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of House Bill 1361?
House Bill 1361, a bill by Representatives Leverett of the 33rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title IX of the OCGA relating to civil practice, so as to clarify that the Attorney General is to be served and heard in defense of all acts of the General Assembly when challenged in any court action, not just statutes, to provide for the Attorney General to be a party as a matter of right and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 18th to present House Bill 1361.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. President. I bring to you House Bill 1361, which simply amends Code Section 9-4-7. It's a rather obscure statute, but it's essential to the effective and efficient operation for state agencies, and it protects the state from surprise legal rulings. This particular code section found its genesis in the frustrations of a member of the law department, the Attorney General's office, many, many years ago. I heard the story told by Representative Rob Leverett, who sponsored the legislation, that his father, Freeman Leverett, who talked of the concerns that were later recounted about how Alfred Evans would get very upset when he would learn that the state agencies would not timely deliver the lawsuits that had been served upon them to him so that they could and the state could timely respond to those within the period of time allowed by law. As you probably know, if the response or answer is not timely filed, the lawsuit against the state can go into default, and of course that's not good. As a result, Mr. Evans proposed that all such lawsuits be served on the Attorney General's office, as well as the particular agency or instrumentality of the state when they were filed. The Attorney General passed this about 60 years ago, and all HB 1361 does is simply update to clarify the language to make sure that we understand that it clarifies the obligation is to serve the Attorney General applies to all types of lawsuits, not just petitions for declaratory judgment. That confusion can sometimes be found because the code section where this is found deals with declaratory judgments. Number two, it clarifies the obligation that applies to a lawsuit challenging any act of the General Assembly as well as any statute or regulation. Number three, it confirms that the Attorney General may appear in the lawsuit to defend the statute or regulation. And finally, it points out that the Attorney General is not always obligated to appear and defend, but has the discretion as he or she may see fit. So with that, it came through committee unanimous, and I would strongly recommend and ask for your consideration for HB 1361. I'm happy to answer any questions.
It doesn't appear that you've got any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Does any of the senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1361? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 337?
Senate Bill 337, a bill by Senators Walker of the 28th and others, a bill to be entailed an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to vacation of office so as to provide for the suspension or for compensation for certain public officers who are suspended because of indictment or for a felony and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin of the 16th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Perry, Georgia, to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate body, as the immortal Yogi Berra said, this is deja vu all over again. Senate Bill 337 is a repeat of Senate Bill 218 that this body passed last year with a vote of 51-1. It's a companion bill to Senate Resolution 134 that we passed and was signed by the governor. We passed it 51-1. That bill will be on the ballot in November of this year, but this deals with local elected officials. There's already a process in current law to remove local elected officials from office if they're indicted for a felony and that felony is deemed to prevent them from being able to perform their official duties. This bill simply states that their pay would be suspended also if they are removed from office because the local government is going to have to replace that person and be paying their salary. So very straightforward bill, taxpayer-friendly bill. I think it's common sense and prudent, good fiscal stewardship. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Be happy to answer any questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
My question, Senator, is if the individual is found not guilty, will they be owed back pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Their
thank
pay
you.
would be reinstated and their back pay too, yes, ma'am.
Would there be any interest calculated as part of that? I
No
wonder?
interest.
No interest, just what? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
You have no more, oh, you actually do have a question. Chair recognizes the senator from the 41st with a question.
Do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Senator, is an indictment proof of guilt?
No, it is not. And I'm not changing current law, Senator. The current law provides for a commission to be set up. If a local elected official is indicted for a felony, it would go before a commission, so they do have due process. If the commission deems that the felony indictment is to the extent where the official cannot perform effectively their duties, then they would be removed from office. That's in current statute. This simply alleviates the burden of the taxpayer having to pay two salaries and continue to pay this person while their case is adjudicated, which, as you know, can sometimes take a long time, especially, we've seen that especially in the COVID environment. It can take years, frankly. Thank you for the question.
You have no more questions.
All right, I'd ask for your favorable vote, and I'll yield the well. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 337? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45, the nays are 5. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 500?
Senate Bill 500, a bill by Senator Strickland of the 17th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 10 of the OCGA relating to commerce so as to provide for a litigation bar on governmental entities regarding certain statewide opioid litigation and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. This Senate Judiciary Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 500, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 10 of the OCGA relating to commerce so as to provide for a litigation bar on governmental entities regarding certain statewide opiate litigation and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th to present Senate Bill 500. The distinguished senator from McDonough.
Thank you, thank you. I'm at which city? Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I bring to you Senate Bill 500. This bill will allow the state to finalize our opioid litigation that we have and maximize the funds we can get from the settlement that we can then put towards addressing what the opioid epidemic has done in our state. This bill confirms that entry into our statewide opioid settlement agreement shall serve as a litigation bar to any past, future, or present claims against those released in the agreement itself. Bottom line, if we pass this bill We are being told that the state can actually receive an additional $143 million as part of this opioid settlement litigation that we have. We'll also immediately get $88 million in the settlement with Johnson & Johnson immediately versus waiting for the next 3 years. With that, Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You don't appear to have any questions.
I ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 500.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 6th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of this bill, not because I think it's good, but because it is now necessary. And what do I mean by that? Well, first, let's talk about the opioid litigation and settlement process. The way that the national settlement works is based on the level of participation. So each state was tasked with going back to their state and getting as many counties and municipalities and local governments on board, right? And the whole point of that is that J&J and the folks that are settling, the defendants, want to make sure that it's worth their money. And if you have a lot of people that are still pursuing lawsuits, then it's not. So the attorney generals of these states were supposed to go back, they were supposed to talk to the local governments, get them on board, get them participating. And as the percentage of local governments that participate go up, so does the money. And there are different levels. And so you kind of hit different levels as you get participation. So, you as the Attorney General should be going in there and aggressively getting participation so that your state can get as much money as possible. Well, that didn't really happen in Georgia. And that's why we're here today. So the other way you can do this is if you don't do the work, you don't get the counties, the cities, the local governments to participate, well, you can pass a litigation bar. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means that, thank you. What that means is if you are a county, a city, a local government who does not currently have a pending lawsuit in terms of the opioid litigation, then we are forever taking away the claims of those local governments. Georgia is one of only 2 states in this process that are passing litigation bars. And again, how does this impact the local governments that aren't participating? Well, it takes away their rights. The reason Georgia would receive $143 million less, and the senator from the 17th was exactly right, if this litigation bar is not adopted, because the Attorney General in the state didn't do the work to get the local governments on board to participate in the settlement agreement. So for Georgia to receive 100%, we got to pass the bar. But you need to understand the implications, because you're going to go back home, and we represent a lot of these areas. Ware County, Paulding, Coweta, Barrow, Baldwin, Coffee, Tift, White, Franklin, and other counties. Now, there are certain cities that are participating. There are even like school boards that are participating. But there are a lot of counties, particularly in rural Georgia, that are not participating in this lawsuit. So with respect to that, we have to do it. We have to pass it. This is the way we get the money to actually battle the scourge that's going on in this state. But I also want to make sure that we're just doing it clear-eyed. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 500? The chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 511?
Senate Bill 511, a bill by Senators Anderson of the 24th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 485311 of the OCGA relating to creation of county boards of equalization, duties, review of assessments, and appeals, so as to revise certain deadlines for the handling of appeals of property tax assessments and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huff-Sittler of this 52nd District Chairman. The Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 511, a bill entitled an act to amend Code Section 485311 of the OCGA relating to the creation of county boards of equalization, duties, review of assessments, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 24th to present Senate Bill 511.
Thank you, Mr. President. I present to you Senate Bill 511 today. This is a very simple bill. When you want to appeal your tax property assessment, the tax assessor has 180 days to hear your case. All this bill does, it divides the time, 90 days for the tax assessor to do their job, and the equalization board 90 days to do their job. So it still is 180 days. I ask you to vote green on this bill for the great people, the great state of Georgia.
You've got questions.
Oh, Lord. I will take friendly questions.
The chair recognizes the pro tem to your left.
Only friendly questions, I
Yes,
understand.
sir.
So does this apply for all 159 counties?
Yes, sir.
And how did this problem come to your attention?
Well, sometimes some of the tax assessors would take over the 90 days. They would take, say, maybe 160 to 170 days to do their part, and then they sent it over to the equalization board, and then they wouldn't have much time to do their job. So the clerk of courts, your clerk back home, wants this bill for the equalization board to be able to do their job.
Do you feel further?
For one more question.
Do you mind if I call him?
Call.
Thank you, Senator. No more questions.
All right.
Do you continue to yield?
I'll take one more friendly question.
Chair recognizes the rules chairman to your left with a not so friendly question.
Look here, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I say, would you yield for a question?
A friendly question from the powerful rules
Yeah,
chairman.
there's no power here. My power is because friends like you that I have. Does this bill, several years ago, you did a bill that had to do with purple paint.
Yes.
Is there something hidden in this bill that's all about that bill that you didn't pass that year? Is there something here about the purple paint? Don't wait on the translation. Give it to me now.
Purple paint may come back. And it's also a great song about purple rain.
Senator, further yield.
Yes, sir.
Does this have anything to do with the purple paint in that bill?
Not today.
Okay, that's all I have, but I think they're more friendly questions.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
For the senator from the 17th, always.
Always. I'm not powerful, I guess. When you put 90 days in here, does that count weekends? Which days are you actually counting?
I would say that you have 180 days for the tax assessor to do their job and the equalization board to do their job. So I would assume that that takes every day of the 180 days.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Now, you don't define the hours these days last. What's your intent? What time does a day actually start if you're having to count the days now to make sure we have the right count?
Well, you know, I don't believe a tax assessor or board of equalization works like a farmer like myself. I work basically almost 24/7. But I would say this would be 8 to 5.
Do you further yield?
Yes.
Online, let's see. I noticed in your bill, looking on line 97, while you have 90 days everywhere else, you left this at 180 days on line 97. What was your intent there?
On line 97,
Yes, sir.
my line 97 does not have nowhere about 180 days.
You have the bill in front of you.
Yes.
Is it true that your bill is
I'm
a
a-
substitute?
You must have the substitute. I don't
Yes.
have the substitute.
Are you presenting a different bill that's in our folder today?
Right. It's the green bill. Thank you. You're so kind.
Okay. Now you have the green bill in front of you now. Hope that actually
I see it.
uncover a real problem. Why'd you put 180 there when you have 90 everywhere else?
You know, I told you I would take friendly questions. You would need to talk to your clerk about why it's 180 days in this bill.
Do you
in that
further
part.
yield?
Yes, sir.
So did a clerk actually write your bill, not you?
All your clerks in the state of Georgia asked me to do this bill.
Do you further yield?
One more.
What are the names of the clerks that you have in your district?
Cindy Mason.
You just have one clerk?
She's my clerk, and I listen to her.
Do you know the name of my clerk, Senator?
Not right offhand.
All right. Thank you.
What is the name of your clerk?
He gets to ask the questions, not you.
I ask you to vote.
Do you continue to yield?
I ask you to vote green on this great bill for the great state of Georgia.
The senator has yielded the well. Well done. Any other senator wish to speak for or against Senate Bill 511? Now that we got all our questions answered. Chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. All right, let me give you a quick update on our situation. We're going to stand at ease for just a couple of minutes. We've got some very, very special guests that I'm sure you're not going to want to miss. That'll be in this chamber. They're in the house right now. They'll be over here shortly. And so make sure you stay close to your seat. It'll just be just a couple of minutes. But most importantly, I want to recognize the senator from the 44th. If you could move away, the senator from the 44th. Rumor has it it's your birthday. Happy birthday. In recognition of your birthday, we're going to stand at ease for about 5 minutes. right, if the Senate will come back to order, and if all senators will take your seats. Got quiet all of a sudden. I'm not used to y'all getting this quiet. We're going to wait for our guests to enter the chamber, but want to make sure we've all got time to come back in the chamber. All right, if we could all come back to order. We've got some extremely special guests with us here today, and certainly is going to need not very much introduction, but we'd like to start by reading, Mr. Secretary, will you please read a resolution?
Senate Resolution 378 by Senators Burke of the 11th and others. A resolution recognizing and commending Georgia Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart and for other purposes. Whereas the Georgia Bulldogs have established and maintained a proud tradition of excellence with equal emphasis on character and academics, and whereas excellent play, superior teamwork, and extraordinary resilience made this team a spectacular one to observe throughout the season, and as a fitting finale to their remarkable 2021 campaign, the Bulldogs captured their first national championship since 1980, and whereas head coach Kirby Smart is a native of Bainbridge, Georgia, who has followed in the footsteps of his father, Sonny, who served as head football coach at Bainbridge High School from 1988 to 1994. And whereas head coach Smart began his coaching career at the University of Georgia in 1999, and he would serve at numerous academic institutions during his distinguished career until finally returning home to his alma mater. And whereas this stellar individual epitomizes the courage, determination, leadership, and character necessary to attain excellence in athletic prowess and performance. And whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that the superlative abilities of his accomplished and gifted leader, as well as the pride, honor, and respect he has brought to himself, his school, and his state, be appropriately recognized. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend head coach Kirby Smart for his distinguished coaching career and extend best wishes for his success in the future. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I've had the honor of playing on some really good teams in my life and some really bad teams in my life, but it's certainly on the good teams you see it's always a team effort. And as you reflect back and you see all of those gaps that got filled, all those special efforts, and certainly the University of Georgia has had an amazing team effort to pull together this year with the players, and players always deserve all the credit. But behind the scenes of a championship is a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, a lot of unrecognized effort that goes forward. And so today, I look at this as a team effort behind the scenes also. And Jerry Moorhead, as the president of the University of Georgia, has done an incredible job of just running the administration, of setting all of the tools in place necessary for the school to be so successful and to build the team. Also, Josh Brooks, as the athletic director, has done an amazing job of really pulling together the resources necessary to make sure that the players and the coaches have everything that they need to be successful. But last but not least, a head coach that is so dedicated to winning and such an important part of every play, emotional, intellectually, the time away from his family with the film. It's an amazing amount of effort that you put into pulling this off, and it's just truly an honor. And I say that as a Yellow Jacket who has certainly felt welcome in the UGA family throughout this year. So with that, I want to recognize the senator from the 11th to add on to a few comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know Kirby mainly through his parents, and they were great people who served with distinction in our community of Bainbridge, coaching our local high school team. And I know him well enough to think that this is the last place he wants to be. He would much rather be out recruiting football players or trying to figure out how to beat the hell out of Alabama again next year. Sorry, Macy, wherever you are.
I don't think you can say that.
Too late. Again, Bainbridge, our community in Decatur County, is so proud of the work that Kirby has done to honor his team, but most importantly, his family and the community. He was on the sidelines when Bainbridge won the state championship a couple of years ago, and he was excited, as the rest of us were, on the success of that football team. So I wanted to honor him, his family, and his parents, and congratulate him for a great day in Georgia. My late mother, I know, stayed up all night watching that game and would never have gone to sleep that night because she loved her Georgia Bulldogs. Thank you. Congratulations.
I didn't know I was going to speak, but I'll come from the hip. So the only way you have great football programs is you have great leadership and great organization. And the two men behind me, both Josh Brooks and President Moorhead, have done a tremendous job supporting our program, our university, and our university wouldn't be where it is without the people in this room. So great leadership makes for a great state. Opportunity to do business in this state has grown every year thanks to the people in this room. So it attracts population. Population is good for football. The more I can recruit this state, the better off we're always going to be. So the better you make the state, the better off our football team's going to be. So I look at this as a team effort. And we got a hell of a team in the state of Georgia. I don't care who you pull for, you're part of this team. And the better our high school programs are, our youth programs are, and the better industries are where people are moving to this great state, it's better for all of us. So I appreciate everything you guys do, the sacrifices you make, and look forward to seeing you guys in Athens. Go Dogs.
All right, so we're going to do a little modified picture approach here. We're going to ask if you want to be in the picture, which I assume everybody does. Just kind of fill out this space up here. We're going to take one broad picture up here. The team is on a tight timeline, so we couldn't take 56 individual pictures. All right, the Senate will come back to order, and we'll take up the rules calendar. Chair would ask all unauthorized guests to please exit the chamber as we take up the rest of the rules calendar. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 514?
Senate Bill 514, a bill by Senators Dixon of the 45th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to elementary and secondary education so as to provide that no local board of education, local school superintendent, or school administrator, teacher, or other school personnel shall make or enforce any rule that requires a student to wear a face mask or face covering while present on school property unless such rule provides that a parent or guardian of such student may elect for his or her child to be exempt from such rule and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. Mr. President, Senators Dolezal of the 27th and others offer the following amendment to Senate Bill 514 by striking 2023 on line 116 and inserting 2027 in its place. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 45th to present Senate Bill 514.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate colleagues, today I bring before you Senate Bill 514. It's the Unmasked Georgia Students Act. I'm grateful to be working alongside the governor yet again to fight for the well-being of students and uphold the rights of parents. The Unmasked Georgia Students Act reaffirms what always has been true. Parents are the best decision makers when it comes to the health and education of their children. This legislation that those rights are not infringed upon by misguided politics. This bill ensures that no local board of education, governing body, superintendent, or state charter school could impose a mandate or rule requiring students to wear a mask without an opt-out choice for parents. It does not remove mask rules or say that students cannot wear a mask. Regardless of political party, our children should not be required to wear masks that inhibits learning. Georgia and America are moving safely out of the global pandemic, and we need to begin to return to normal, and this is a first step in doing so. I want to be clear, this bill does not take away a person's ability to wear a mask or say that a school district cannot implement a mask mandate. Extended mask wearing in the classroom has many negative effects on children. For example, masking prevents students and teachers from hearing each other. Mask hinders instruction and student progress. Mask slows the development of social skills, especially in early grades. Masks further a sense of disconnect. Masks do not provide the quality of protection we were initially led to believe, and masks create a major ongoing distraction for students and educators. It's past time for our children to return to normal in the classroom and for parents to make the decision for their children, not the government. There's also a friendly amendment that would change the sunset period to 2027, so this bill would end June 30th, 2027, which will be 5 years from now. With that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions or yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, on line, the language is repeated throughout the bill, but line 57, can you clarify what it means when a parent or guardian shall not be required to provide a certification of the child's education status?
Yeah, it just means that this bill, it would not require them to, explain their education status. It just has to do with them opting out of the mask mandate.
So my question is, what does the education status mean? What does that language refer to?
It refers to, anything to do with their education, grade level, or anything like that. They wouldn't have to disclose that.
But wouldn't the school know the grade level? I'm just very confused about what that specifically could mean.
I already stated that.
But you said, so in answering my question, you used the exact same phrase that I'm asking you to tell us what it means. Could you try to be a little more specific, possibly?
No, I think I have. I think I answered your question. Thank you.
Also in committee.
Do you continue to yield?
If you further yield.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Thank you. Also in committee, we were asking if what Dr. Toomey had to say about this legislation as the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health for our state, and you had indicated you would find that out. Can you share with us what you've learned?
Absolutely, yes. The governor did discuss this with Dr. Toomey, and she is in favor of the bill.
Is she in favor of the amendment?
Yes, she is. The amendment was vetted by the governor's office as well, if that was a question.
That was going to be another question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Isn't it true that local boards of education are currently lifting mask mandates that they had in during the Omicron surge?
Yes, that is true. There's still 44 school districts that are under mask mandates across the state.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you continue to yield?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 41st with a question.
Senator, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Senator, can you tell me when the next global pandemic is going to take place?
I don't think anybody has that crystal ball in front of them. I'm 42 years old, and this is the first one I've experienced.
Right. So do you further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you guarantee me that we will not have another global pandemic that is transmitted from breathing, a respiratory pandemic that will not begin before your sunset period ends?
I would state that, through science and the more that we've learned about the COVID-19 and the pandemic, that masks do not protect people as well as we once thought they did.
Do you further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So in the event that we have, is it not true that in the event that we have another pandemic, maybe it's COVID-19, maybe it's something completely different, that masks can help stop the spread of? Is it not true that this bill would force schools to have to close because they will not have a way of enforcing masks?
That is not true. This just gives parents the option to opt their child out of a mask mandate. It does not do away with mask mandates. And I would further argue that parents know, as I stated in my opening remarks, parents know what's best for their children as far as for their health and well-being and education. And if there was a global pandemic and it was proven that it would protect people from wearing a mask, I've got 3 children, and I would require them to wear a mask.
Senator, do you further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you care about the health and well-being of our children?
Absolutely.
Final question. Do you further yield?
Yes.
And do you believe that there are scientists and educators and people who actually specialize in epidemiologists who also care about the health and well-being of our children?
I would assume so, yes.
That's fine.
Chair recognizes the doctor from Savannah for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you yield to a
Yes, sir.
question? Thank you very much. Wow, I didn't know that we were discussing aspects relating to whether or not we cared about our children or not. But thank you for bringing this bill. And is it not true that that if we do undergo another pandemic, which none of us here certainly know when that may or may not happen, in that we will certainly have emergency orders that were issued just like they were prior to that. March 13th for President Trump and Governor Kemp March 14th. So is it not true that we'll certainly be issuing orders that would allow us to override many bills that we may pass, many aspects related to law, and will protect our citizens and our children relating to this?
Great question, Senator. Yes, you are 110% correct on that.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, isn't it true that studies were conducted in Davidson and Williamson County in Tennessee that compared mask mandates across those two school districts? One school district had a 23% opt-out rate, which is what your bill would allow to happen. And isn't it true that across those two school districts there was statistically no difference in the case counts of COVID students?
Yes, sir. You are correct, Senator.
Isn't it true that there has not been a single randomized control study that validates the masking of children in schools?
That is true.
Senator, isn't it true, however, that groups have studied the unintended consequences of mask mandates, and UNICEF in particular has predicted that there is significant learning loss and that there is going to be multi-generational impact from the COVID study, not the least of which is future lost earnings from students who have had learning loss both from the lockdowns that were in place as well as these mask mandates?
Unfortunately, that is true, Senator.
Senator, isn't it true that even while the CDC recommends that children over 2 years old be forced masked in this country, that is not the view of the rest of the world?
That is true.
Isn't it true, Senator, that the WHO does not recommend masking students under 12 years old?
That is true.
Isn't it true, Senator, that the European Center for Disease Prevention does not recommend masking elementary school students at all?
That is true.
Isn't it true, Senator, that this idea of forced masking students is uniquely an American phenomenon that flies in the face of all the studies that were done prior to the coronavirus outbreak, and we abandoned what the WHO had recommended prior to this outbreak, both as it relates to lockdowns and as it relates to mask mandates?
You are correct, Senator.
Isn't it true, Senator, that the WHO said that the potential impact of wearing masks has significant learning and psychological development issues?
Unfortunately, it does. Yes.
Senator, I thank you for bringing this bill, as I said in committee and as I've said on this floor. And I guess I would ask if you would agree with this statement that we have gone overboard in the masking of children who are statistically at little to no risk of death from COVID, and we have forced an NPI, a non-pharmaceutical intervention, upon them with zero backup, zero data, and zero scientific studies that support it.
That is true, Senator. And thank you for your support on this bill. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th to present amendment number 1. The amendment is introduced before the additional senators take the well. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be brief. This extends the sunset provision from 1 year to 5 years, has the support of the bill author and a number of other senators who signed it. Thank you. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 26th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bad bill. You now want to usurp the power of the local boards of education. You're going to take the authority upon yourself to disregard them. They are elected to run our schools and make decisions on our schools. And if the medical profession says that we got an outbreak, the mask doesn't clearly keep anybody from catching it. We know that by being in here and we get tested. What you're saying, irregardless of what the Board of Education says or does, we're going to overrule you and we run the Board of Education. That's basically what you're saying. That's all you're saying. The governor had a problem with the mayor of Atlanta when they did the mask mandate. Come on, people. We are elected officials too. If the people don't like what the board members do, they will de-elect them. Now what y'all gonna do? A lot of y'all won't be coming back because local folks are gonna take notice as to what you are doing to them. It doesn't make any sense. First, we want to talk about the science. Well, I'm not a doctor. I didn't go to school to practice medicine. I went to school to practice politics. And I do understand that when the general public decides that enough is enough, that is what happens and send a lot of us home. It's about politics. We've seen it over and over. I looked at the former president. I looked at the members of that party supporting him and everything. And then he talked about Putin made a good decision. And then I saw McCarthy get up and say, whoa, you've gone too far now. It's about politics, ladies and gentlemen. And what you're doing is taking away local control. Boards of education vote at a board meeting, and they make the decisions. And if the parents don't like the decision that the board members make, then they can campaign against those board members. But we don't control everything. And you're going to find out during this election cycle.
Senator has yielded the well. The chair recognizes the senator from the 35th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand urging all of you to vote against this bill. I know the numbers are going down on cases of COVID, even the new variants. However, why are they going down? Because we use precautions. We use social distancing and gloves in some cases, but washing your hands and sanitizing everything, and our mask. Yes, we need to continue because it has not stopped. It slowed down and you don't know what's coming back up. But especially you as an adult can make a decision, but why should we take precautions away from our children? Our school districts know what's happening in their areas. They got elected just the way we all did. Please allow them to protect their children. The speaker before me from the 26th said it's about politics. And it shouldn't be, our children should not be about politics. I know firsthand what this can do, and all of you have seen what some of us had to go through. Some people catch it and stay at home, and they back up again. And even healthy people catch it and go in the hospital. And then you hear cold blue every 5 minutes while you're in the hospital if you make it. And that's somebody running, then you see the body being pushed out all day long. It's still happening. It's real. This is not anything to play with. This morning, I was looking at the religious stations, as I always do, and I was flipping over to see the Joni family, the husband and wife, and found out he died in November. And he was the main one saying COVID is a joke, God will protect you. And he died from COVID. He didn't live but 3 weeks after he contracted it. This is real. I love our children. I was a teacher for that reason, and my parents too, until they retired, after both of them after 40-something years from Atlanta Public Schools, because they love the children too. They could have gotten other jobs, but they stayed in the teaching profession. And we must trust the people we elected for school boards to make that decision. So again, I don't want to see anybody go through what I did for 6 months. Plus, I'm still going through it a year later. This is crazy. And I know I was healthy. So I say to all of you, please observe the rules. This is my new best friend, this mask. And I wear it, sometimes I pull it down, but I try to keep it on all the time. And I try to make sure I get the elbow bump or the fist bump and not hug and kiss everybody out there in the hall. Because I don't know how I caught it last year. And many other people don't know. So you're saying, oh, we don't need it anymore because the numbers are going down. We need it more than ever now because it still exists. So don't let the numbers escalate again, because that's the body bags going out of these hospitals. So I've heard everybody else's explanations, but I had to come up. I felt compelled to say, please protect our children if you don't want to protect yourself. So, Mr. President, I'll take any questions if necessary, or I yield the will.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 40th with a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the senator in the well, do you yield?
I yield. Thank you.
So, isn't it true that a couple weeks ago, the superintendent of DeKalb County Schools, a school system that has kept their mask mandate in place, I think, longer than any other school system, actually went to the children and asked the children what they thought about wearing their masks, and that the children told her that they wanted to keep wearing their masks?
Right. That is true.
Do you further yield?
I further yield, yes.
Isn't it common understanding amongst mental health professionals that when children experience frightening events, which clearly this pandemic has been, that if they're taught to do something that gives them personal control over the situation, they have better outcomes? Isn't that true?
Yes, the senator knows in what she speaks.
Thank
Yes.
you. I yield.
Thank you.
I'm finished questioning.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 44th with a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I yield.
Yeah, I had an emergency and had to walk out, but I thought I heard the author say that Dr. Toomey said she agreed with this and agreed with the amendment to 2027. Now,
I did believe, I heard that as well.
Have you heard that? I guess that's my question, because I just had my second vaccination event. First, second shots and the booster, and then pediatrics. Although the little children just lit up the parking lot when they saw the needle, but children are still coming to get the shot. Yes. And so have you heard that our health expert, Dr. Toomey, say that she agreed with this and agreed with this amendment 5 more years?
No, I did not hear her say that at all. I know the CDC is relaxing their laws, but mandates rather, but they encouraging the mask and all the social distancing and every other precaution that we can take, because they realize that this is not over. So no, I didn't hear Dr. Toomey, and I wish someone would show me where she said that, because I'm in the committee that heard this bill, and if Dr. Toomey has said it, then why didn't we get something, because that would have enhanced their position.
Okay, thank you very much. I was going to ask the author, but he yielded the well. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes the majority leader with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my good friend from the 35th yield.
I yield, sir.
I appreciate you answering questions from the senator from the 40th. She said that the children were really wanting to keep the mask on. Do you think anywhere in this bill that it says they can't if they so choose?
It doesn't say that they can't. However, it encourages everyone not to use them anymore. And we need to encourage them to wear it and continue whatever the school system knows, because they know their area and they know what's going on in their particular areas. And so I feel that they, yes, it was said though.
Thank you,
that
Senator.
that was just a small group. That was the children that they went out and interviewed at 2 schools.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that longer explanation to my question. I was just making sure that it didn't say somewhere in the bill that they were prohibited. So thank you for that answer.
No, it doesn't say that, but it encourages it, sir.
You have no more questions.
Thank you. I yield the will.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 36th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we have another bad bill in front of us. This is a bill that encourages and spreads wrong impressions. This is a bill that completely tramples the concept of local control. All across this state, voters go to the polls and elect their school boards. Those school boards and the people that they hire have invested their lives in working with our children, in bringing as many children through the education system as possible, geared for success in adulthood. What we're doing with this bill is spreading, I will call them falsehoods. And you've heard some of them spoken from some of our fellow senators today that undermine confidence in your local school boards, make them the enemy of the children and families, and presume to inject your opinion, which comes from the far right-wing halls of misinformation that are spread across this country every day very dangerously. It's one more dangerous bill that spreads misinformation and urges people not to believe in their local elected officials and puts the General Assembly, puts the state's heavy hand into the local affairs. And, I mean, it's unambiguous. Read it for yourself. No administrator, teacher, or other school personnel, while acting within the scope of his or her employment with a local school system, shall make or enforce any rule that requires students to wear face masks or face coverings while present in any area of a school or school grounds or other property operated by the local school system. Who do we think we are? The city of Decatur, the city Atlanta Public Schools, the DeKalb school system, the Fulton County school system, name your school system. They're elected to make sound decisions in the best interest of the health and education of their student body and the families that depend on them to educate their students. Who do you think you are to impose this right-wing perspective and we've heard it in committees. They stand up, these people come in and they stand up and say, everybody knows the vaccine doesn't work. Everybody knows masks aren't making any difference. Everybody knows. And they spread stuff they hear on Fox News and they hear on the alt-right networks. Don't be a party as state senators to spread this disinformation. We're doing our nation a disservice. We're doing our families a disservice. We are actively spreading disinformation when we take up these kinds of bills and bring them to the floor, and then we see an amendment, an 11th hour amendment that moves the expiration date up till 2027. It was a date that was set in the bill, and people in the committee voted based on this being a limited bill, right? Supposed to end next year, and now we have the midnight amendment that moves it up to 2027. I don't know when enough is enough. I don't know when the patience, the tolerance, the will to cooperate with your caucus is overwhelmed by your own sense that you just simply are not going to buy into blatant misinformation that this bill is based on, and that's been the context in which it's been presented. And we've heard it on the alt-right news channels and social media now since this dreadful pandemic hit us. We've had super spreader events that involved legislators in this chamber who went to their church and it was a super spreader event. We've had senators fall ill. And we've been very uneven on our enforcement of masks here under the Gold Dome due to this same bowing to a tiny minority who screams about individual liberty and don't you make me wear a mask, don't you make me get a vaccine. So I implore you, as you look at the scope of what we're doing in this legislature in this session, to come to terms with when is enough enough. When do we trample hard enough on local control? When do we participate in spreading misinformation, disinformation, call you what you want, but falsehoods about the nature of this pandemic and what it takes to successfully guard ourselves against its ravages? I yield the wheel.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pressed my button to ask questions but wasn't able to, and I may just stand here perhaps and have a dialogue with the senator from the 36th if that would be preferable. I can understand the questions around whether school boards should have absolute authority or if and when the state should step in. That is a legitimate intellectual question. And that is something that we often have to balance. We all know, of course, that our largest state expenditure here is K through 12 education, represents about 39% of our state budget, about $13–14 billion that we appropriate. So obviously we in this body have a vested interest in what happens in K through 12 education. You heard a lot about misinformation. You didn't hear one statement of fact that reflected a study, that reflected peer-reviewed articles. You heard opinion about, quote, far-right news media. I've never met Dr. Vinjay Prasad, but he's the Associate Professor of Epidemiology and Biostatistics at the University of California in San Francisco. So I'm just going to guess he's not far right. He said that, quote, most of the masks worn by most of the kids for most of the pandemic have likely done nothing to change the velocity or trajectory of the virus. I haven't met Chad Roy either. Don't know how Chad Roy votes in elections. Don't know whether he's part of the alt-right or part of the far left, but he's at the Tulane School of Medicine. And he says that, quote, all this song and dance of wearing cloth masks with some presumption that you're being protected from ambient virus is completely and positively 100% counter to how masks and respirators work. An article co-written by Marjorie Smelkinson from the NIH. Again, don't know how she votes, don't know that it matters, but she says that, quote, over the past 21 months, slowly and with much resistance, the layers of mythology around COVID-19 mitigation in schools have been peeled away, each time without producing the much ballyhooed increases in COVID-19. Schools did not become hotspots when they reopened, nor when they reduced physical distancing, nor when they eliminated deep cleaning protocols. These layers were peeled away because the evidence supporting them was weak, and they all had substantial downsides on children's education and health. This isn't my opinion. CNN medical analyst Dr. Leanna Wen stated that, quote, cloth masks are a little more than facial decoration. Don't know how she votes. She's at CNN. I'm going to go ahead and guess she's not alt-right or far-right. I've stated these numbers before, and I would just like to highlight that in all of the opposition to this, not a single study, not a single statistic was referenced to support the underlying thesis, because the evidence does not support the thesis. The thesis has become almost this religious clinging to previous opinion. And I've got a lot of grace that when this pandemic happened, we didn't exactly know what we were dealing with. But for heaven's sake, we know a lot more now. And to stand up here and pretend that cloth masks are the end-all be-all to prevent spread among children, it's just not backed up by any scientific evidence. You look at you look at LA County and Orange County, neighboring counties, similar vaccination rates, similar demographics. One has mask mandates, one does not. So we should assume then that one's rabid with COVID cases and COVID hospitalizations and the other is not. Is that the case? No, that is not the case. I already referenced the Tennessee case, comparing Davidson and Williamson counties. At the end of 2021, we tragically had lost 800,000 people to COVID. So I agree with my friend from the 35th. This has been an awful pandemic that has impacted hundreds of thousands of lives in this country and around the world. Of the 800,000, 535 of them were children. Again, tragic. The reality is that we have tragic loss of life every day and every year to sickness and virus. We lose children every year to drowning. We lost more children last year to drowning than we did to COVID. We lost 2 times as many children last year to pneumonia as we did COVID. We lost 6 times as many children to car accidents as we did to COVID. Life is about balancing risk and weighing the pros and cons. What we do know about masks is that there's not strong evidence for the pros when it comes to children. It just doesn't exist. The data is out there. We will learn more. If it learns more, we can have that conversation and pivot. But what we do know is that we have suffered generational learning loss, not because of COVID, but because of government's response to COVID. We literally had politicians in this country lock children out of schools and send people with COVID back into nursing homes. That happened. You know, medicine endeavors to first and foremost do no harm. And the WHO told us that, quote, masks are not in the overall interest of the child when they're speaking of children 5 and under. I think this is important. The CDC states that children over 2 should wear masks. The WHO states that children between 2 and 5 should not wear masks. The European Center for Disease Prevention says that elementary school children should not wear masks at all. Who is correct? Where's the study that supports this difference? If this was settled science, these entities would agree. The last thing that I'll say is again from Dr. Vinjay Prasad, who I quoted earlier. And he says that, quote, the potential educational harms of mandatory masking policies are much more firmly established, at least at this point, than their possible benefits in stopping the spread of COVID-19 in schools. I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 40th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do.
I believe you stated that you are missing some facts and some studies. Is it not true that the CDC Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report dated February 11th outlines a study that was conducted from February through December of 2021, which states consistent use of a face mask or respirator in indoor public settings was associated with lower odds of a positive COVID test, and that use of respirators with higher filtration capacity was associated with the most protection compared to no mask use.
Was that in school, Senator?
It was an indoor space.
So it was not in schools and it was not amongst
A
children.
school
is
is
that
an
correct?
indoor space.
It was not, the study was not conducted among children. Senator, there's been 3 studies that the CDC has looked at. One was actually right here in Georgia, one was in Arizona, and the third one was nationwide that actually did not control for vaccination rates. I'm sure you're familiar with the scientific method, which necessitates variables and controls. And the reality, Senator, is that among schools and among children, of the three studies that the CDC states, the one in Georgia showed that masking students was not statistically significant in reducing transmission. In Arizona, that study has come under significant pushback from the scientific community. 90% of that study took place in Maricopa County, which had a lower vaccination rate, and they did not report the size of the outbreaks, and they did not report their testing protocols.
Well, the senator.
And I will say this, before we start to talk about studies with adults, I would remind you that COVID is a very different animal between adults and children. The mortality rate is very different. The transmission and the symptomatic presentation of the virus is very different, and I'm happy to answer your next question.
Thank you, Senator. Is it not true that the American Academy of Pediatrics strongly endorses the use of safe and effective infection control procedures to protect children and adolescents, and that consistent use of a well-fitting face mask that fits over the mouth and nose and snugly alongside the face without any gaps is part of a comprehensive strategy in reducing the spread of COVID? That is the American Academy of Pediatrics. Is it not true?
The American Academy of Pediatrics has mirrored the CDC's statements, again, which are undergirded by 3 studies that have come under significant criticism among multiple scientists all over this country. Let's talk about can you read the part about the significance of the mask ventilation, please?
I've closed it, but it said that the mask needs to fit snugly.
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 Our N95, I don't believe I can ask you a question, so I will just state this as a fact. N95 masks are not fitted or approved for children. KN95 masks made out of China are. N95 masks are not sized for children. Most of what we see children wearing in schools are cloth masks, which I will return to the previous statement from Dr. Nguyen from CNN, who states that it's little more than facial decoration.
Will the senator further yield?
I will.
The senator has stated that cloth masks are not sufficient. And is it not true that I agree with you that with the latest variant of Omicron, that it was stated by organizations that study the effectiveness of face masks that cloth masks are not as sufficient with Omicron as with previous variants, but that we have plenty of money that's been provided the states to be able to buy hordes and hordes of adequate masks for our school children that are effective at filtrating respiration.
Was there a question in there? Is it true?
Is that not true?
I'm not sure that I actually caught all of that, but I think that what you're proposing is that we continue to mask children with KN95 masks, which would be the only mask that would be fitted for them that would fall under the description of what you're saying.
Yes, I said, is it not true that we have plenty of money that's been provided to the state to be able to purchase these masks for the children?
I think of all the MPIs that we have looked at, including the lockdowns, which most of the folks on your side of the aisle supported as well. Even when we reopened the state, your majority leader signed letters to the governor asking him not to reopen the state. People on your side of the aisle talked about when we were doing that, these much ballyhooed doom and gloom scenarios that never materialized. Georgia was, I forget what the exact quotation was, but there was something along the lines of an experiment in human sacrifice. The reality, Senator, is that statewide we've lost less than 30 children to COVID in the last 2 years. And so what we know now, that maybe we didn't know at the start of this, if this is a statistical non-event, while that is a tragic reality for the families which had to endure that, of the 1.5 million children who are in Georgia schools today, most of them not required to wear mask mandates at all, the doom and gloom that's been predicted from your side repeatedly has not come to fruition as it relates to school transmission of this disease.
Thank you, Senator.
Do you continue to yield?
I do.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th with a question.
Will the senator yield?
Absolutely.
Senator, You made several points, and you related it to the left or the right. But isn't it true that COVID strikes left, right, up, down, black, white, yellow, brown, Republican, Democrat, Independent, everybody? So you were making, it doesn't just, it's not just the right that is looking at, or the left that's looking at anything. It's all of us who are vulnerable to this illness. Is that true? Not true?
I think that actually is true, Senator. We actually have seen some more adverse impacts, though, on communities of color. We've seen lower vaccination rate uptakes within communities of color. I know this bill is not about vaccinations, but that has been something that has not been equal. I think what I will say, though, is I think that the clinging to these ideas and the lack of intellectual curiosity around what the actual MPIs are that we can use that would be the most effective, I think that we're going to get to that over time, but I think that political pressure has prevented us from asking those honest questions, because we do have governors who have done things like send sick old people back into nursing homes to infect, I don't think he intended to do that, but the net result of that was that it was catastrophic in its impact, in which it spread the disease amongst those nursing homes like wildfire. And we've seen other states, our state being one of them, that did not do that, that decided to reopen early, where we were attacked largely by people on the left, although to be fair, the President of the United States at the time, who was a Republican, said that he disagreed with Governor Kemp's decision to reopen the state. So there was pushback from both sides, but I've asked from this podium previously when Governor Kemp's going to get his apology.
Will you further yield?
I will.
Isn't it true that no matter what, if we love our children, that we will do everything possible to keep them safe, and mask and everything, every other precaution that we've used, including the vaccinations and the boosters, et cetera, have made us come to this day where the numbers are going down?
No, masks have not made us come to this date to where the point that numbers are going down. There's no evidence that would show that the reason that that we are declining in case rates is that the masks, and I don't even think most people in this building believe that, because I'm looking out at most of us not wearing a mask. So case rates are not zero. The reality is that somewhere along the line, COVID zero became the goal. 15 days to slow this, to flatten the curve, became 700 days, 1,000 days till COVID zero. I have 4 children, all of which go to school, 3 of which go to school every day, 2 of which are in our public schools in Forsyth County. I am more concerned, Senator, based on what we know now, about what the WHO references as the potential impact of wearing masks on learning and psychological development. We've seen between 4 months and 5 months of learning loss, whether you look at reading or whether you look at math, among elementary age students. The UNICEF has placed a $16 to $17 trillion cost of lost future earnings upon this generation based upon what we have done in schools. So I agree with you. And I think that if you dug into some of this data, you might be compelled to say that you, as a person who is in a different demographic than those attending elementary school, can make the decision to wear a mask and believe that that would be effective for you, and perhaps it is. But the reality is the threat to children, the threat to my 7-year-old, is fundamentally different than the threat to some of us than all of us in this room.
Will you take one last?
I'd be more than happy to. I appreciate your kindness.
Isn't it true that there's no dollar sign on our lives and our children's lives? One life, 5 lives, 500 lives, whatever that we lose to this is very important. And there's no cost, that you can put on it, and no statistics or anything else. Because if one person is dying, we want to protect our children and ourselves. Is that not true?
Senator, I think that obviously every life is important. I think that if you believed, though, what you just said, you wouldn't have driven a car here this morning. We balance.
It's not the same thing.
Well, it is.
No.
Because there's cost. There's pros and cons to everything. You have not previously walked around during flu season, pneumonia season, wearing a mask. People die of those infectious diseases every year. What we do know now, again, maybe we didn't know this 2 years ago. I would just ask you to bring the compelling data forward that says that I should be putting a mask on my 7-year-old every morning.
Oh, I will if you show me where this is not working, where they don't directly receive germs from COVID or any virus by not wearing it. If you can show me the evidence, I'll go and study and I'll bring you
Sure,
the
Senator. I
reports
think
back
you're
as
proposing
well.
thank you. You're proposing a world in which children do not get sick. I'm not presenting to you a thesis that children do not catch COVID. What I'm presenting for you is the data that less than 3/100ths of students who contract COVID end up hospitalized. So I'm not saying that children aren't going to get COVID. My children had COVID. My children have had the flu. I've got a daughter at home right now with the stomach bug. I cannot protect my children from respiratory disease. It's a fact of life in this world. And so if I believe that the respiratory disease was threatening to my daughter's life and that a mask would prevent her from getting it, then you better believe that I would have her wear it. But I can do the research and I can look into it and see that that's not the case. And you know what happened? My children had COVID, similar to you.
They couldn't have had it similar to me because
it's very true.
I had the worst case.
Valid point. And I think that undergirds the point that this is a different disease for children than it is for adults. The average age of death for COVID in America is in the 70s.
Average, but one life is enough. I saw dead bodies going all around me, so I'll yield the well. I know that I've asked a lot of questions, or we've made conversation, rather.
You're my friend, and I would have conversation with you at any point in time, and I appreciate your kindness.
You're my friend, and I'll do that too. We just differ on a few things. I thank you very much. I yield. I've answered all my questions before I get the hook.
You about to get the hook.
On that kind note, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Does any other senator care to speak for or against the measure? Seeing none, I call upon the senator from the 45th to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to clear up one comment I made in regards to the amendment. It was not vetted with Dr. Toomey, but it was vetted with the governor's office. They are in favor of the amendment, as am I. Also would like to make a comment in regards to home rule. This does not circumvent home rule. The local school boards, school districts can still implement mask mandates. This bill just simply empowers parents to opt their child out of the mandate if they choose to do so. And I ask for your favorable consideration on this bill. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senators, you have before you amendment number 1. Are there objections to amendment number 1? We want to go yeas and nays or put it on the board? I got to have 5 to eject. Okay, put it on the board. All those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote the yea switch. Those opposed vote the nay switch. Mr. Secretary, if unlock the machine. On the passage of the amendment, the yeas are 30 and the nays are 20. This measure receiving the appropriate votes is therefore adopted. Amendment number 1 is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is now ordered. The question on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor vote the yea switch. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, if you'll unlock the machine.
On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 32, the nays are 19. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. For what purpose does the senator from the 43rd rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 22nd.
Without objection, the senator from the 22nd is excused. For what purpose does the majority leader rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recede from its disagreement to the House substitute to Senate Bill 120, and that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 120.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 120 by Senators Tippins of the 37th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 18 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to Solicitors General of State Courts so as to provide for the honorary office of Solicitor General Emeritus and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following amendment to Senate Bill 120. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to ethics in government so as to revise the powers and duties of the Georgia Government Transparency and Campaign Finance Commission, to provide for and revise a short title, to revise and provide definitions, to provide for assignment for administrative purposes, to revise procedures for the initiation of complaints, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the majority leader to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Y'all remember Senate Bill 120? It was a solicitor bill. This is not that bill. You remember Senate Bill 120 that came to us that had multiple amendments attached to it? This is not that bill. If it weren't for those two things, this would be the standard ethics department cleanup bill that we have that comes through once a year to address changes that have occurred over the last year, and we wouldn't waste more than 30 seconds talking about it. This is a cleanup bill. I understand that we've had a long, passionate discussion on the previous bill, and I'm guessing there's going to be a long discussion on the next bill following this one. So I would ask for your favorable consideration on the ethics cleanup bill, and with that, I will yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The majority leader has moved that the Senate recede from its disagreement to the House substitute to Senate Bill 120 and that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 120. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 38, the nays are 15, and the Senate has receded from its disagreement to the House substitute to Senate Bill 120, and the Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 120. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption of Senate Bill 456?
Senate Bill 456, a bill by Senators Thompson of the 14th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health so as to provide requirements relating to the use of abortion-inducing drugs, to provide for definitions, to prohibit abortion-inducing drugs in school facilities or on state property, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 456, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health so as to provide requirements relating to the use of abortion-inducing drugs, to provide for definitions, to prohibit abortion-inducing drugs in school facilities or on state property, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Thompson of the 14th and others offer the following amendment. Amend the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services substitute to Senate Bill 456 by striking on line 28 and inserting in lieu thereof the following: an abortion such as mifepristone, mifeprex, and misoprostol certotec, and for other purposes. Additionally, a minority report has been filed and it is on your desks. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 14th to speak to the bill and amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I rise today to present Senate Bill 456, the Women's Health and Safety Act, which preserves a crucial element of ensuring the highest level of patient care for the women in our state, the doctor-patient relationship. The decision to terminate a pregnancy is difficult, and my own mother faced that question 57 years ago when she was gang raped. I stand here today before you because she chose life. Decades later, my wife and I chose life when we adopted our incredible 2 children, Faith and Max. But not all women make that choice. And when they don't, we should not place their lives at risk by severing the important patient-physician relationship. The healthcare industry is facing a workforce shortage, much like many other sectors of our business community. And the modernization of the delivery of medicine through the mail and the utilization of telemed may be appropriate in certain instances, but not when it places a patient in grave danger, like mail-order abortion-inducing drugs does. Medications such as mifeprex have the potential for serious and even life-threatening side effects, and it's reckless to deliver them without the care of an approved healthcare professional. Ladies and gentlemen, this truly is about common sense to medicine rather than driving pharmaceutical sales. The actions by the Biden administration to remove the protections around the distribution of these pills should be alarming to each of us. The full disclosure prescribing information as provided by the manufacturer states, warning, serious and sometimes fatal infections or bleeding may occur, right on the front page. The manufacturers of these drugs understand the risks associated with taking these pills, and they also outline the importance of a post-treatment assessment between day 7 and 14. So you can see that their prescriber agreement form is very, very clear. And it states by signing it with the provider the following: mifeprex must be provided by or under the supervision of a healthcare provider who prescribes and meets the following qualifications. Number 1, must have the ability to assess the duration of a pregnancy accurately. Number 2, must have the ability to diagnose an ectopic pregnancy. Number 3, must have the ability to provide surgical intervention in the case of an incomplete abortion or severe bleeding, or to have made plans to provide such care through others, and the ability to assure a patient access to medical facilities equipped to provide blood transfusions and resuscitation if necessary. Number 4, has read and understand the prescribing information for Mifeprex. The form also states that the provider must agree to the following guidelines. First, review the patient agreement form with the patient and fully explain the risk of Mifeprex treatment regimen. Second, answer any questions the patient may have prior to receiving the drug. Third, sign and obtain the patient's signature on the patient agreement form. Fourth, provide the patient with a copy of the patient agreement form and a medication guide. Next, they must place the signed patient agreement form in a patient's medical record. Then, that record, the serial number off of the package of Mifeprex must be placed in the patient's record. Finally, they must report deaths to Danco Laboratories, identifying the patient by a non-identifiable patient reference and the serial number from each package of Mifeprex. You see, male abortion pills without the patient and qualified provider following the requirements of the drug company effectively diminishes and undermines the importance of the medical community. These women deserve to be treated with respect and care by receiving the same personalized care, the latest information on side effects, recommended follow-up visits, and details on how to reverse the effects of these drugs. SB 456 seeks to protect the cherished doctor-patient relationship so that medical professionals, not an online drug retailer, can help patients choose the right path forward. Senate Bill 456 ensures that we maintain the very highest standard of care in our peach state. This legislation before you today prioritizes patient care over mail order profits by requiring in-person physical evaluations. The opponents of this bill will tell you that the FDA has dropped in-person evaluation requirements for prescribing these drugs. That's true, but the FDA continues to provide warnings of these drugs' harmful side effects. They specifically warn patients about obtaining these drugs in the mail, and they even cite 26 deaths, not including the innocent baby, from using these drugs. Again, opponents of this bill will tell you that it limits access to health care services by removing the ability for the patients to access mail order or telehealth service. That's false. This bill is specific to abortion-inducing drugs only. This bill simply requires qualified physicians to evaluate and advise patients on the available options before aborting a human life. Lastly, you're going to hear the opposition will tell you that this bill limits access to quality health care for patients across the state, which is, again, false. It actually does the opposite by ensuring quality health care is provided. We're talking about serious drugs that bear serious consequences. This bill will improve access to quality care by guaranteeing that patients across the state get the information and research needed without removing highly trained or highly skilled doctors from the equation. As a resident of rural Georgia, I support telehealth and mail order services and appreciate the positive impact on the healthcare system as a whole. However, as mail order services expand, we must draw a clear line when it comes to the potential dangers that drugs have serious side effects. I realize this subject matter has a certain level of controversy that's associated with it. And you may even hear testimony today from some that the bill limits access to health care for women, or that it's another attempt by pro-life community to make abortion illegal. Those assertions are simply not true. This bill is about access to health care and assuring that powerful drugs such as these are prescribed as they were intended. It is not about restricting abortion, but rather protecting vulnerable women and ensuring they receive the necessary examination, information, and care required. It's not about eliminating access to contraception or access to the morning after pill, also referred to as Plan B, which prevents a pregnancy. This bill specifically deals with drugs like RU-486, a drug that terminates a pregnancy and then causes the body to expel the baby. Our state's a big state. I can attest to that as I travel it on the campaign trail, and access to health care in rural areas is a challenge. But the irresponsible actions of mail-order abortion-inducing drugs is not the answer. If you believe, as I do, that every life matters and deserves the same protections, then I ask you, why would we not do everything within our power to protect women's health and safety during this difficult time in their lives? As this chamber prepares to cast their votes on 456, I ask that each of you think about the Georgians in your community who deserve the highest standard of care. Our women deserve it, and they should demand it. There are a few friendly amendments that the senator from the 32nd and I and many in the medical community have worked together on. And I'm sure at the appropriate time she's going to speak to that. But in the meantime, Mr. President, I'll take a few questions and then I'll yield the well for testimony.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I'll yield to my friend.
Senator, isn't it true we passed Senate Bill 514 just a little earlier about masking students? Is that not true?
That is correct, Senator.
Senator, isn't it true that some of our colleagues said that every life mattered? Is that not true?
That is also correct, sir.
So isn't it true if someone said those words, then they would most assuredly want to vote in favor of this bill because it will protect women's lives? Is that not true?
Senator knows what he speaks.
Thank you, Senator.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 6th with a question to your right.
Will the senator yield?
I'll send it to my friend from the 6th.
A couple of points of clarification with respect to what you said the basis for the bill, which was to protect the doctor-patient relationship. And I think you said something to the effect of we want to keep the cherished doctor-patient relationship and not opt for kind of an online drug manufacturers to invade that. Is that correct?
The premise of the bill is to protect the health and safety of women by avoiding medications being sent which require, according to the manufacturer, the relationship of the patient so that it requires an in-person visit. So we don't want to sever that. You can't do that when you're doing it through mail order.
Will the senator yield?
I will.
With respect to that, though, even in terms of these drugs being sent through the mail, it requires a doctor-patient relationship because a physician has to actually prescribe these medications. And with respect to telehealth, you still have to have a visit with the patient, even if it's a telehealth visit, correct?
Doesn't necessarily require that. There's no assurances when you have a telehealth visit whether or not that relationship is established and continues with a follow-up, as it says, as expected by the prescriber agreement.
You would agree with me, Senator, that with respect to these drugs, even when they're sent through the mail, it requires a physician to prescribe those drugs to a patient. That's correct.
Senator, it's required that those drugs are, or it's intended that those drugs are prescribed by an approved healthcare provider. But if you mail them through the order, there is no guarantee they're being issued to the one or person they are intended to go to. Senator, we've all had mail that has come to our house. And matter of fact, just recently I had a band of mail that said, you have been selected to have your mail certified. Except when I looked at it, it was my neighbor's mail. So that mail was not delivered to me. We want to ensure that the drug and the relationship with the patient and the physician, that medicine is actually delivered to that patient, and they're understood how to take that medicine, and that we follow up to make sure she's cared for. There's no way to do that through the mail.
In terms of a follow-up,
Yes.
with respect to that, is there a problem with random people getting abortion-inducing drugs in the mail and then taking them? This is something that's kind of new to me in terms of this bill or even the push by people nationally with respect to bills like this.
Senator, I think we all established in the last testimony of the previous bills that we care about every life. And right now we have hospitals across our country, including our state, where we're having females that are having to seek medical care from bleeding and or reactions or even ectopic pregnancies when that medicine was never intended for them to take it.
Will the senator yield?
I will.
With respect to that, you have women presenting at hospitals for those very reasons because they're pregnant and has nothing to do with the drug, correct?
I'm sure the senator knows what she speaks.
Thank you.
Do you continue to yield?
I'll yield for one more.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 4th to your left.
Sir, do you yield?
I will to my friend from the 4th.
Sir, I'm a little bit confused. I've heard a lot of discussion on the other side about necessity of abortion. But this bill seems to be a bill that really protects women. Can you correct that for me and help me understand if this is a bill about abortion or is it a bill about protecting women's health?
Senator, we ensure that in the name itself that we are outlining what we're trying to do, and that is it's a health and safety of women. We're seeking to make sure that a woman that is seeking to terminate a pregnancy through a drug-induced abortion, the pro-life community call it a chemical abortion, that what she's seeking to do, she is a good candidate for that, and that we rely on our medical professionals to evaluate her before we do that. Now, Senator, I take allergy injections, okay, just allergy shots. I cannot self-inject. I have to go to the doctor. And the reason for that is if I have a reaction, within 30 minutes, I may have to take a suspirin or something because I could have failure with an asthma attack or die. The medical profession or medical industry acknowledges that. This drug manufacturer acknowledges that. Even in their service agreement, any deaths they're requiring to be reported. So this bill simply seeks to make sure that the medicine is used and distributed the way it was intended.
Thank you for the clarification.
With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd to speak to the measure.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Abortion is a very complex and emotional topic, always. There are women dealing with this complexity every single day, making a difficult choice on whether or not to expand their family. Additionally, it will always be jarring for women when a legislature, almost 70% male, considers legislation that has serious repercussions for women, their health, their lives, and their livelihoods. The fact is that access to contraception and abortion care means that a woman can take charge of her educational and career goals. The ability to put off having a child and decide when the time is right to have a family has a powerful impact on women's economic stability and mobility. This legislation, SB 456, is another example of the Republican Party trying to paint abortion care as unsafe for women. I definitely appreciate the focus on women's health, but everyone needs to understand that it is 14 times safer to have an abortion than it is to give birth. Medicated abortion is not a high-risk procedure. It's been proven safe and effective for decades. Limiting access to medicated abortions could lead to delays in accessing abortion in general and push a woman into a more invasive process. Bottom line, limiting access to doctors is another way of backhandedly restricting abortion care for women in Georgia. If we are genuinely interested and invested in protecting pregnant women, we would prioritize access to health care, contraception, Medicaid expansion, paid family and medical leave, affordable child care, and other policies that support maternal health and child rearing. But we have one of the highest rates of child poverty in the country. We rank worse than all but a small handful of other states. So our government, including those of us here in this chamber, are currently not doing a fantastic job of taking care of the children who are already here. Laws like SB 456 only contribute to issues such as childhood poverty and neglect. Forcing women to have children by limiting their access is unethical. To make things worse, maternal mortality is an issue that we're only starting to grapple with and put more emphasis on. We still lead the nation in our high maternal mortality rates. And the Maternal Mortality Review Committee found that 87% of pregnancy-related deaths in Georgia between 2015 and 2017 were preventable. Barriers to prenatal care significantly contribute to these preventable pregnancy-related deaths. There are serious concerns, therefore, surrounding this bill. It codifies junk science and misleading terms, encouraging doctors to tell women that a quote-unquote reversal of a medically induced abortion is dangerous. The bill works to unravel the strides we have made as a society to increase access to health care through technology. If a woman is already seeking abortion care via telehealth and mailed prescriptions, then there very well may be a barrier to access that technology can remedy. Restricting the access is not going to make her change her mind about wanting the pregnancy. It will only make her feel trapped, frustrated, and hopeless. Speaking of that, there are many logical reasons why a woman may prefer online consultation for abortion care. Some of these reasons include a lack of childcare, an inflexible work schedule, or a lack of access to a nearby provider if one lives in a rural area. In instances of abuse, it may be the only way for a woman to access this care. Removing the online consultation option turns access to this care into a privilege for those that have the resources and flexibility to visit a doctor in person, and places a particularly large burden on women in rural areas. Next, SB 456 bans providing abortion-inducing drugs at universities. There is simply no reasonable justification for banning abortion care at university clinics. College students are adults and shouldn't be forced to venture off campus to find basic health care. Combining this ban on abortion pills in university clinics with the removal of online consultations unreasonably burdens college women seeking to have their health care needs met. These are very real and significant issues. Legislative mandates based on unproven and unethical research are dangerous to women's health. In fact, they're the opposite of addressing, quote, women's health and safety, unquote. We have crises on our hands in our state of maternal mortality, infant mortality, child poverty, affordable child care, and a serious shortage of obstetricians and gynecologists in rural Georgia. We should be addressing those issues that impact the children and families that are already here. We should be expanding access to health care by expanding Medicaid. That, my colleagues, is what we should be discussing today in this Senate body. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
call upon the senator from the first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Certainly has been a lot of discussion about what this bill is and what this bill is not. This bill is not the RU46 pill or the Plan B pill or the day after pill. This bill has to do with medicine that's given up to 70 days after conception relating to a chemical or medical abortion. It is prostaglandin drugs that are given at dosages that are still listed on the website by the FDA relating to drugs that require REMS, or risk evaluation and mitigation strategy. Some of those drugs are pretty common that we all know about. Accutane is one of them. One of my sons took Accutane, and I will tell you, I would not be prescribing Accutane because of all the hoops you have to jump through. It's an acne medicine that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. You have to do labs, you got to do visits, you got to make sure they're not depressed, suicidal, and so forth. There are other drugs in that classification, like clonazepam, that's used for schizophrenia, methotrexate, which is used in chemotherapy and rheumatoid arthritis. That is a drug that I do prescribe at times with rheumatoid arthritis. And yes, you do have to do blood work and see patients regularly and follow up. Other medicines that are used, methadone-like drugs in drug clinics for patients that require monitoring. What this bill does simply puts it back to what it was in a pre-pandemic situation. So during the pandemic, the rules were suspended and patients were allowed to get this medicine via telemedicine. The FDA's website's not changed, the medicine has not changed, and the need to see a physician has not changed. Other aspects relating to a follow-up visit is very important when you're prescribing medicines. Does the patient need to have a birth control discussion? Is there follow-up of any complications related to the medicine? And the initial visit, also, do you need an ultrasound to see if this is an ectopic pregnancy? Is it a cervical pregnancy? Is there already some type of miscarriage going on? There are many things that need to be evaluated and done, but simply put, this puts it back to the pre-pandemic situation that we're in before, and I think encourages good health care. Some of the other statements that have been said are simply just not true, like old language that the senator from the 42 represented. And if you're talking about complications in the studies in the Minority Report, you know, goodness gracious, that certainly doesn't pair up to the concerns that was raised in the previous bill that was related to COVID. You know, it is important to realize what we're actually voting on. A bill that moves us back to what it was, to a pre-pandemic state. A medicine that has significant potential side effects, that is required by the FDA to jump through certain hoops in a very important way that is very important to do. It requires a follow-up visit. It's a very important discussion to have. That's what the bill does. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. I call upon the senator from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate, and good afternoon, colleagues. I am going to take my colleague from the 14th at his word and go along with the notion that his primary concern is protecting women's health. This legislation really impacts all Georgians, but it impacts women most acutely. And then there is a subset beyond that who are impacted even more, and that is women of color. Since we are talking about maternal health, let me give you a few statistics. The U.S. has the highest maternal mortality rate among developed countries in the world. Georgia currently has the second highest maternity mortality rate in the U.S. Black women in Georgia are more likely to be dismissed when bringing pregnancy complications to a doctor. Black women in Georgia are more likely to be served by a hospital that offers lower quality care. Black women in Georgia are more likely to have gaps in insurance coverage. And Black women in Georgia are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women nationally, according to the data from the CDC. You may be asking yourself, what does this have to do with this bill? We are already trying to address this issue with other legislation, which is true. But you need to understand that historically, when abortion access is limited, maternal mortality rates increase. And because of the dynamics I just explained, as it relates to Black women, if we pass this legislation, it will impact Black women exponentially. It will be undoing the good work we are trying to do in other areas to improve our maternity mortality rates. You cannot do good work on women's health with your right hand while simultaneously undermining it with your left. That is not progress. If you truly care about women's health, then you care about Black women's health as well. And you should be taking a closer look at the impact of this bill. When you limit access to care in a state where we already have so many barriers, you are not changing anyone's mind about continuing a pregnancy. You are pushing women to have abortions later in their term. You are pushing them to resort to unsafe solutions. You are telling them that their health, in fact, does not matter to you, no matter what you claim your intentions are. I am so tired of coming to this chamber and being told with a straight face that my colleagues from the Republican Party are doing something to help women when, in fact, we are doing the opposite. If we wanted to do something to protect women's health, we would be listening to the recommendations of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the nation's premier professional organization for women's health professionals. They spoke in opposition to this bill when it was in committee. We would be listening to the individual doctors who testified against it. And we would be listening to the women who are directly impacted, many of whom will stand up to speak today. I know that overriding knowledgeable experts, impacted people, and the will of the majority of Georgians has become a regular practice in this chamber. We just did it with the last bill. but I still feel compelled to point it out when I see it. I will continue to stand up for those who elected me to represent their interests, their rights, and their bodies. I may not be able to protect them, but at least by speaking up, I can protect the truth. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Call upon the senator from the 26th.
You know, this bill reminds me of a song that was done by the Isley Brothers. It says, here we go again. Here we go again. Now, what the senator is saying, that he has the distinction of knowing how the Supreme Court gonna rule on Roe versus Wade. That's what this bill is telling me. And then when you talk about side effects, just about all of us in here taking medication got side effects. I take Novolog, take too much of it to go into diabetic coma. I take Eliquis, bumped my head and ended up having to have brain surgery because it kept bleeding. So all of them got some side effects. But I'm here to tell you that we prima donnas in this chamber want to tell women what they can do with their bodies. We know how to get a baby. But none of us in here, us men I'm talking about, can genetically have a baby. So why is it that we always know how to tell women what to do with their bodies? It amazes me how we can do it over and over and over again. This bill is about Roe versus Wade. You're going to get ahead of the game and the justice hadn't even ruled yet. We need to move on to more important things. Like how are we going to deal with that $70 million that's coming across the hall from us that we're taking out the budget? I'm not going to vote against the veterans, but it's going to cost us $70 million. We need to understand the government doesn't operate off water. It takes money. Let us have another tornado that hit southwest Georgia and see how much money we got to come up with. Yes, the rainy day fund is full. But when you take 70 over here, and 80 over here, and 100 over there, you start talking about a whole lot of money. We talk about it all the time. We've got a party that has been speaking against abortion over and over and over the years. And that is almost seems like you're chomping at the lips because Roe versus Wade gonna be ruled on one day. But yet and still, none of us who talk about it can have a baby. We don't know the pain. So none of us ought to be in here talking about what women ought to be able to do with their bodies. But remember, us men were the cause of it. Mr. President, I yield away.
Thank you, Senator. Call upon the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to speak against this bill because it targets something important to me and to my constituents. I'm talking about women. I'm talking about reproductive rights, but more importantly, I'm talking about something more basic. This bill, SB 456, is really about access. Access to health care has been a problem for a long time in Georgia. We've talked about this a lot in this chamber. We've talked about it so much that you probably already know that half of our 159 counties in Georgia have no OB physicians. More than 40 counties have no one who does women's reproductive health in their county. And then on the flip side, we've also done nothing to help, to protect and help women's access to health care. We've failed to fully expand Medicaid. We've failed to establish any kind of meaningful parental leave. We've failed to provide a pathway for community midwives. And we've taken no steps to save our rural hospitals. Without access, there can be no equity in health care for women. Let me be clear, the intended outcome of this bill is to limit abortion access in Georgia with the hope that fewer women will be able to access their constitutional rights. Constitutional rights. And what's really cruel about this bill is that those who are already the most vulnerable are the ones who are most likely to be burned by this injustice. People who are poor, people who live in rural communities, people with disabilities, and people with color. The pandemic has made it abundantly clear that telehealth is an important resource for all Georgians. And it's especially important for people with disabilities. Telemedicine is critical for people who may not be able to easily leave their homes to travel to a clinic. Protecting access to abortion via telemedicine is a matter of ensuring that abortion access isn't just for able-bodied people. Telemedicine is able to alleviate the many barriers like cost and distance to clinics, barriers like lack of transportation or childcare. With telemedicine for abortion, maternal mortality rates may improve. And this would be particularly important for Black people in Georgia who are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white people. Here's why this matters. When access decreases, the risk of dangerous, self-managed abortion increases. I simply don't believe that we should be supporting legislation in this chamber that purports to know better than doctors and the FDA about what is safe or isn't safe when it comes to women's health. My colleagues, we all know that access matters. In fact, we heard a great deal yesterday about how important it was for people to be able to exercise their legal and constitutionally protected rights without interference or unnecessary delays. And so today, all we are asking is that you leave the law the way it stands and allow access via telehealth to remain available to all those who need it. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. I call upon the senator from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, members of this body, good afternoon. It's been a long day. Now, we're talking about women's rights and what's their constitutional right. And when a woman is making a personal decision about what's right for her health of her family, only that person seeking an abortion can fully understand the complexity in shaping their choice. And that's what we're talking about here, you know, having a choice, having options. And it's important that we offer safe options. We've already said that restricting telemedicine will further or negatively impact mortality rates, especially as we keep reiterating among Black women and low-income families. So eliminating a safe option, you know, limits their choice about what they are choosing for their own health. And I don't think that's for us to decide. And these options are critical. That's why telehealth has been proven so far to be a safe, convenient, viable options. Now, the proponents of this bill have argued that we need this legislation because it's not safe for women to access medication abortion via telehealth. But let me tell you the truth. Extensive research conducted over 19 years by the Mayo Clinic, the CDC, the FDA, and other medical institutions clearly indicate that medication abortion is safe and it's an effective option. Proponents of this bill will tell you that though this method is proven to be safe, far safer in fact than carrying a pregnancy to term, it would not be safe to continue providing it via telehealth. But let me tell you the truth. A UK study comprising of outcomes of over 52,000 abortions before and after medication abortion via telehealth was approved found no increase in complications when telehealth was allowed. In fact, abortions were able to be provided on average earlier and with greater patient satisfaction. And as we're making this decision, you know, we should be looking and taking in the advice from healthcare professionals, the CDC, the rigorous FDA approval that this medicine has gone through. Proponents of SB 456 will tell you that women need to be seen in person because of the risks associated with ectopic pregnancy or risk of infection. But the truth is, serious side effects are vanishingly rare, less common than serious side effects with many drugs that are available via telehealth now, and even over the counter in the US. The death rate is lower than that of penicillin and Viagra. What proponents of this bill won't tell you is that medication abortion is extremely well studied. Risk of complications or serious side effects have been extremely low. Federal regulations around this medication have been long driven more by politics than by science. And recent changes by the FDA to make it more accessible are actually a long overdue reflection of reliable scientific data that proves it's safe. I haven't seen a lot of evidence here presented today that is not safe. Not enough evidence grounded in science and the advice of our healthcare officials. Enacting this legislation will take us backwards in terms of making abortion safe for women in Georgia. More pronounced in our rural communities, where we've said before, we have gaps in costs. There isn't an available clinic close by a lot of times. Sometimes these women can't get off work or have child care available so that they can see about their own care. It just hampers access for the vulnerable people. It undermines public confidence in a procedure that has proven to be safe. It's unfortunate that this is perhaps the actual goal of the bill, to take us backwards, to limit our options, safe options for women making the choice that's best for their own bodies. And maybe it's to make us feel more vulnerable and to make us less safe and to make those women less safe. So I'm asking you to vote no on this bill. Let's support women's right to make the decision for their own bodies and to make them safe and give them safe options. I yield well.
Thank you, Senator. I call upon the senator from the 22nd. 32nd, excuse me. Senator, you going to speak to your amendment? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm here to speak on the amendment that you have in your books. This amendment addresses a few concerns that were raised in committee, and it makes the bill more consistent with medical practice. So I'll walk you through it. It's a very technical amendment. It deletes methotrexate from line 28, since that drug is sometimes used in treatment of ectopic pregnancy. It replaces the word chemical with medication, which is the medical term in 2 places in the bill. It deletes line 37 through 39, referring to associated physicians' agreements, which are not usual in medical practice, as coverage arrangements are not normally done by written contracts. In line 70 and 71, it makes it clear that a qualified physician would either be able to provide surgical intervention or refer the patient for appropriate care. It deletes language in lines 86 through 91 about the rationale for the bill from the actual code, but it retains the intent of the bill, which requires an in-person visit with an ultrasound and a follow-up visit. Because mifeprex is still under a REMS status on the FDA website as of today. The next section deletes the language on lines 109 and 110 about associated physician and makes it clear that a qualified physician must be able to handle complications and that the patient shall be given specific information about who to call in case of a question or complication. In lines 109 and 110, the amendment strikes the language which tells specifically what must occur on the follow-up visit. And finally, in lines 118 and 121, there's new language that does not allow providing these drugs in locations such as schools that receive state funding. As I mentioned, this amendment makes the application of the bill more streamlined for physicians, and it is supported by all the physicians in the Senate. I'd be happy to take any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the will.
Now we call upon the senator from the 22nd. He's out of the room. Call upon the senator from the 48th. Who is scurrying to get her notes.
So I'm going to open up by saying something that may surprise some people in this chamber. And it is that all other things being equal, I do think that as healthcare providers, we provide more complete care when we get to see and examine our patients in person. Okay, and in talking with many of my colleagues, both inside this chamber and outside of this chamber, most healthcare providers, all other things being equal, prefer to see their patients in person when it's possible. But in that statement is also the root of the problem with this bill, and that is all other things being equal. Because we know that when it comes to health equity, access to care, and maternal morbidity and mortality in Georgia, all things are not equal. We live in a state where access to health insurance coverage and access to health providers is vastly unequal. As we've noted already, half of Georgia's counties don't even have an OBGYN. We live in a state with one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country, and yes, we acknowledge that this is a problem, and we're doing good work to address this. I know that we're all proud to pass the legislation championed by the senator from the 11th, who's not here, which extended postpartum Medicaid coverage up to a year. But we are aware, in looking at this issue and realizing how urgent it is, that all things are, in fact, not equal when it comes to accessing reproductive health care here in the state of Georgia. And the pandemic really highlighted, for some, what was more apparent to many even prior, which is that access to health care facilities in particular, getting an appointment, getting time off from work, driving there, maybe not even having access to an in-person visit at all because of COVID precautions, is not always going to be equal or even possible, particularly in a limited time frame as presented in this bill. In the practice of medicine, we made a lot of changes in 2020 because of pandemic circumstances that we've discussed. One of these changes across the fields was increased adaptation of telemedicine. Because all other things being equal, most of us want to see our patients in person, but adapting to the circumstances in a way that allowed us to give as much access as possible, while allowing us to continue taking care of as many patients as possible, is in fact the best care we can provide. I noted earlier that Georgia has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country, and the important thing to note about this is that this high rate is not tied to abortion care or how it is provided. That figure is tied to pregnancy, delivery, and postpartum care. Knowing this to be the case, patients and their healthcare providers need to have the ability to minimize that risk if it is the case that the woman does not, in fact, want to be pregnant. Like other forms of care delivered by telemedicine, medical abortion via remote care provides a vital, safe alternative for many patients who need care and would have difficulty accessing it otherwise. One question I did want to ask of the bill author before we stop taking questions was that the senator cites 26 deaths as a result of the medications named in the bill. He did not describe what the denominator was. That's a pretty important question. 26 out of what is an important point. I will say that medical abortions have been available since, I believe, about 2020, so that's about 22 years at this point. And when we talk about medication-related deaths, I'm just going to throw this out there, that Tylenol, which is an over-the-counter drug, causes about 460 deaths annually from liver failure. So just so we know what we're talking about, the scale. So this is going to be important because we're all well aware that abortion care in Georgia is most likely going to be severely restricted by this summer after the Supreme Court rules on Mississippi's 15-week abortion ban. This is why this bill matters in this current environment. And because of how narrow this window is about to become, you need to leave healthcare providers as many options as possible in order to allow us to care for the patients who need us. And the legislature should not be in the practice of dictating how we can and should safely practice medicine. I assume the author of the bill supports this notion, as he frequently invokes the sanctity of the doctor-patient relationship and the respect for the decision-making and expertise of physicians. So passing this bill would restrict our ability to give patients the best care we can provide when all other things are not equal. And we cannot talk about, quote, women's health and safety, unquote, without addressing these inequities. Thank you. I yield the well.
Call upon the senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be pretty brief. The senator from the 26th was correct in terms of why we have this bill in front of us right now, and it has everything to do with the Supreme Court of the United States. When the court agreed to hear Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Care last year, I think all of us knew that Roe v. Wade was coming to an end, was going to be overturned. And we're looking at that coming in June of this upcoming year. And why do we know that? Because according to decades of precedent, the lower courts had always followed the precedent, right? Roe v. Wade, Planned Parenthood, Casey and its progeny. And so this time when the Supreme Court decides to take it up, the only reason they're going to take it up then is because they're going to change it. 50 years. 50 years of precedent. And let's be clear, the state of Mississippi in the Dobbs case has been very blatant in the filings to say the only reason that we want to be before you, Supreme Court, is because we want to reverse Roe v. Wade. Mississippi has been blatant, almost as blatant as the state of Georgia in terms of its filings with respect to the defense of HB 481. And with respect to 481, that's why I'm a little amazed. Y'all know that term gaslighting? Mm-hmm. Y'all gonna gaslight women up and down. You're gonna come up here and you're gonna tell me that the only reason you wanna pass this law is because you want to protect vulnerable women? You're going to do everything you can to protect women? Highest standard of care that women deserve. And yet you won't even expand Medicaid. Y'all talk about protecting the cherished doctor-patient relationship. And then, you know what you do? You basically take that away. And you tell a doctor what to do. You tell a doctor, you need to tell a woman, and I'm going to say it out loud because it is gross and coercive. The doctor has to inform the patient that she may see the remains of her unborn child in the process of completing an abortion. Let's be clear, this has nothing to do about protecting women. Nothing. It's about an agenda that's being pushed. It is about the fact that the Supreme Court of the United States is about to overturn Roe v. Wade. It is about narrowing whatever access actually may be available, especially to women that are poor, that live in rural areas, and that are women of color. You know, the one thing I do agree with the sponsor with, he said, these women deserve to be treated with respect. How about just women deserve to be treated with respect? I yield the well.
Call upon the senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief, as my colleagues have already articulated many of the things that need to be touched on, but I wanted to just look at a couple of also little issues that exist that show, I guess it's probably like an example of how crazy this session has actually been when you look at some of the points within this particular bill. So for instance, when we talk about a qualified physician, some of the things a qualified physician should do, which is on page 3 and 4. And we say that the qualified physician, should basically make sure certain factors exist to make sure we protect the woman as she's seeking the abortion. Assess the age of the pregnancy, diagnose the ectopic pregnancy, things that may be pretty good. But the reason why I say that it shows how crazy this session has been is when you look at line 68, which says access signs for domestic abuse, which is good, human trafficking, other signals of coerced abortion, which I'll get to, but then it says access signs for reproductive control, which is exactly what this bill is all about. So the signs of reproductive control are actually in this body, because that's exactly what we're doing here in this particular bill. And then when we also talk about access or look for signals of coerced abortion, if that came from a space that was one that actually was trying to make sure that women had right to abortion, that would be a great terminology, because it would recognize the fact that you could have a situation where persons, male obviously, are trying to influence her to have an abortion, unduly influence. But it's not coming from that kind of space. It's coming from a space where you're actually trying to retreat from the right to have abortion, when you're actually trying to stop it. And so not only is it coming from that space here in this chamber, when you send that out, and the way people are going to interpret all of this, the way I would even say doctors are going to interpret this to some extent, is start asking questions about why you're really doing it. And once you start down that path of saying, are you sure you want to, or why do you really want to, and we want to make sure this isn't coerced, you're now starting down that path of actually trying to stop the person from making the constitutional right decision. And we all know that's exactly what that is. That's why the language is there. So if it came from a space of actually trying to expand the right to abortion and actually trying to protect Roe from a statewide perspective, then that would be great language. But we realize that that space is not where it comes from at all. And then when we look at the fact, when we flip over and start looking at line 114, we see that, actually a little bit before line 111, we see that it says a physician may instruct the patient that it may be possible to reverse the effects of the chemical abortion. So she would possibly change her mind. So first of all, we already know that scientifically that's not really going to be possible. And we say, well, the word is may be possible, or may instruct. But really, when we read down to line 114, it then says that the doctor, in her medical records, in the patient's medical records, has to say a brief description of the efforts to comply with this subsection, including the date, time, and identification of the name of the person making such records. Is there any doubt a person reading this believes that they basically need to instruct her that she may be able to reverse something that is not possible? Is there any doubt that when you're instructing her and saying, you know, you may be able to reverse that, that the whole purpose of this is that possibly she's thinking, well, maybe I shouldn't do it at all? It all comes from a very stereotypical space, one that a woman can't make the decision on her own, one that she needs this guidance to basically make this particular decision. And it's all pretty bad. But there's no doubt that's exactly why that's in there. And when we start talking about databases, it's very interesting that we're going to create a database of a person's constitutional right. This is truly one of the most historical terms in our history, this session right here. It will go down in history, there's no doubt. And unfortunately, Mr. President, it will go down in history as one of the most oppressive and oppressive sessions in Georgia's modern history. And with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Seeing none, I call upon the senator from the 36th to present the minority report. The 10-minute maximum minority report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as a member of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, I present the minority report on behalf of all of the members of my party that were at that committee meeting and voted against this legislation. The Federal Drug Administration issued a finding that allows telemedicine, telehealth to provide women with access to a drug to use for an abortion. Now, this body is racing to usurp that federal authority. And they're doing it under the guise of a banner that says Women's Health and Safety Act. Balderdash. Remember that term? What we're seeing here is the continuation of a 50-year effort to undo a Supreme Court finding that women's right to privacy includes the right to reproductive decisions about their reproductive health. And this legislation that's before us, under that guise, under that false banner, is going to result in, actually, in its purest form, the results of this legislation, were it to be enacted into law, will mean that women who've been impregnated by a rapist or an incestuous assault on their body, some percentage of those women will be bearing an unwanted child fathered by a rapist or a family member. That is inevitable. That is the on-the-ground reality for what will happen were this bill to become law. And yet it's called the Women's Health and Safety Act. You've heard the recitation, both of the medical studies that have shown that medication abortion with telehealth is safe. You've heard that from a learned doctor. You've heard a learned attorney trace this trajectory over 50 years and where we're headed, the train wreck that is in front of us, the continual drumbeat of the GOP trying to paint abortion care as unsafe for women. You've heard the statistic that birth and abortion are both safe, but it's 14 times safer to have an abortion than to give birth. And medication abortion is not a high-risk procedure. And we all know the history is long and storied when you limit abortion access. When you spread disinformation, you're going down the road of increased maternal mortality rates. The very rate that we are seeking to reduce because it is scandalously high in Georgia. You've heard the documentation. This state has not expanded Medicaid, one of a dwindling number of 50 states that has not expanded Medicaid. We're not providing the health care coverage, the insurance for people to access basic medical services. And everyone in here lives with the reality, keenly understands that rural Georgia has a set of challenges that are enormous when it comes to accessing health care of any kind. I don't live in rural Georgia. I'm right here in downtown Atlanta. My constituents have hospitals. They can throw a rock almost and hit a hospital. But people have to drive hours in some parts of the state, and you all are here in the sound of my voice, and you represent those people, and you live in those counties, and you know the hospitals that have, you can tick off the rural hospitals that have closed. All of this making it more difficult for women to access all kinds of health services, for Georgians to access all kinds of health service. That's where we should be placing our attention. That's what we should be doing with our energy if we step into this well and claim to be for women's health and safety, and we've got a great act right here that you can pass and it'll give women health and safety. Untrue. It's in those rural areas that elect you to come up here that women will be pushed into through these barriers that you're creating a barrier to healthcare access through telemedicine. Telemedicine that works, telemedicine that's in widespread use in the wake of this pandemic. And you're passing a bill that creates a barrier to accessing health services by telemedicine. What will happen is that there will be dire consequences that we've seen across history when a woman or a young woman is faced with a painful decision and is denied the access to the health services that are safe and that are effective and that are FDA approved because they don't have the means to get up to one of these great hospitals we have in the urban areas of our state. So that's the impact of this bill. Let's just take the mask off, if you will, and let's unmask this bill and tell the truth about the consequences. Now we know that, and it's interesting, because we're up here as people in politics who stand for election, go home and talk to our constituents, listen to them, or maybe we don't. But we're going to go home, and the women and families in your districts are going to know what you did here. I'm going to help make sure they know, frankly. A lot of us are. We're going to be full-throated about this effort to deny women access to modern medicine to address their reproductive health choices. And something that I hope everybody's learned by now, or maybe they'll learn it in November. You know, women understand, women remember, and women show up and vote. Women vote in higher numbers than men, higher percentage of women vote than do men. And we've been seeing women across Georgia changing their voting patterns as they see what's happening here under the Gold Dome. And that, I will tell you, friends, is what we will see in the outcome of these upcoming elections this year. While some of you may feel that you are insulating yourselves and protecting yourselves in your districts by passing this barrier to abortion services, you are in fact on thin ice dangerous ground because women are watching, women are listening, women are understanding what you're doing, and women will show up and vote based on that. I yield the well.
Call upon the senator from the 14th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems so disingenuous by those that have stepped up here and distort this bill, saying that it has something to do with Roe v. Wade and that men telling women what to do with their bodies. This bill is about protecting women. The senator from the 41st and I agree. We shouldn't dismiss the importance of physician. That's the nature and subject matter of this bill. My colleague from another that got up here and stated that the drug-induced abortions are safe, and in many cases they successfully terminate the pregnancy as the drugs were intended to, but I'm not sure that means they're safe. Keep in mind, these drugs have been on the market for roughly 20 years, and during that time, you had a physician involved, an inpatient examination. It was only when the Biden administration recently removed that. That's what we're talking about. Someone also talked about something that I thought was real interesting, and that was that the number of deaths that were reported, we should have the denominator, and we should really take that into consideration. I think this body right here, we take every death into consideration. We just talked about that with masks. Every life matters. And the fact of the matter is, we've lost some of these people. We've lost these women that have chosen to take these drug-induced abortion pills, and their lives matter. And now that we've opened this up, I can only imagine what those numbers are going to go to. When the Biden administration bypassed the intention of the manufacturer, that's what made this process unsafe. I think it's absolutely ridiculous to assert that this bill somehow is going to require a woman to get pregnant and be impregnated by a rapist. This body right here, we passed a bill a number of years ago. It was a rape termination bill that I had the privilege of carrying. And we stood up for women that had been raped to make sure that the men that had done that did not have the rights to that baby. If the perpetrator raped someone, I'm sure that the senator that spoke from this well was not in any way indicating that she would support that woman would not go and report that rape. That would be ridiculous. If you go report that rape, of course you're going to use a rape kit. And of course you're going to offer, if she wants to choose to use a drug-induced abortion pill to terminate that. This does nothing to eliminate that. So what you heard from here were all of the excuses and reasons that you shouldn't support this bill. But let me go back to the very subject matter. This is about the health and safety of women. And this chamber every single day takes up bills that protect people, citizens. That's what they elected us to do, to represent them. And those vulnerable women, in many cases, are in rural areas. I would agree with that. And if they're pregnant in rural areas, I'm pretty sure they're seeking health care. We just want to make sure if they're seeking drug-induced abortion pills, that those are being prescribed by someone that subscribes to the way that they were intended, that you are going to conduct an examination and make sure we protect those vulnerable women. Mr. President, I'm going to yield well, but I'm in support of the amendment that was offered. And with that, I'd ask your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Senator. The first question is on the adoption of Amendment Number 1, offered by the Senator from the 32nd. Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to the agreeing the report of the committee, which is in favor of the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question now being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, if you will unlock the machine. Recognize the senator from the 51st.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true we've got 50 seconds left on this clock for our members to be in the chamber to vote?
The senator knows of what he speaks. There are 45 seconds that will get in this chamber and vote. On the adoption of the measure, the yeas are 31, the nays are 22. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Call upon the senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate rules be suspended to first read Senate Bill. My screen just changed. Senate Bill 580.
Read the caption, Mr. Secretary.
Senate Bill 580, a bill by Senators Dolezal of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 21 of the OCGA, relating to ethics in government, so as to provide that no political action committee which is affiliated with or which coordinates with a member of the General Assembly or such member's campaign committee shall seek or accept a contribution or pledge of a contribution to such political action committee during a legislative session, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I ask unanimous consent for the Senate Rule 4-2.1 be suspended to allow for the first reading of reference of Senate Bill 580. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is assigned to ethics.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, 3 March 2022.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the announcements?
The Rules Committee will meet immediately upon adjournment in 4:50 today. The Higher Education Committee will meet in 4:50 at 3 p.m. today. The Insurance and Labor Committee will meet in Mez 1 at 3 p.m. today. The Public Safety Committee will meet in Mez 1 at 4 p.m. today. The Judiciary Committee will meet in 307 of the CLOB at 4 p.m. today. The State and Local Governmental Operations Committee will meet in 310 of the CLOB at 5 p.m. today. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Does any senator wish to make an announcement? Chair recognizes the distinguished Rules Chairman.
Mr. President, due to the fact there's some GDOT district elections here. Let's delay rules for 1 hour, so it'd be 3:30. So we'll meet at 3:30 of room 450 for a rules meeting to give the respect to the DOT board meetings, elections, that we've already delayed them for somewhat. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the way.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 41st for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is somebody's birthday, the senator from the 44th. So if everybody could please wish her a happy birthday. Happy birthday.
We took a 5-minute recess in honor of your birthday. Never enough. Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for an announcement.
Just wanted to announce and make sure that you got your umbrellas on your desk from the Columbus Chamber and representative of my good friend from the 29th and myself and our delegation. We just want to let you know to keep the rain off your back. Thank you very much.
Any other senator wish to make an announcement? The chair sees none. The majority leader has moved that this Senate stand adjourned until Thursday, March 3rd, 2022 at 10 a.m. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes once again have it, and the Senate stands adjourned.